Hello and welcome to the Kia Oval for Surrey's fourth game of their 2024 Vitality Blast campaign. Surrey are top of the table, they're 3 from 3. The challengers today, Sussex, who have 1 win from their 2 games so far. It's the first Friday night at the Kia Oval in the Blast this summer. The atmosphere, with 35 minutes or so to go to the first ball, is already electric. It promises to be a great night. I'm Yaz Rana, and with me today is Phil Walker. We'll be doing our best to guide you through proceedings today. Before we go to the toss, we've got some highlights for you from Surrey's second game, the win against Glamorgan this time last week, away to Glamorgan at Cardiff. Jamie Smith, as he has been for so much of this summer already, was the star of the show, blasting what was then a career best score of 76 from 38 delivery to lay the foundations of a 200 for 8 final score that was more than enough to see off Glamorgan. Here are the highlights from that game.
And this time Lawrence takes a drop down the wicket and just clears the man at mid-on, and that's the first boundary of the game. And this time this is Lawrence charges, and he's got it away through the offside for 4. Lofted cover drive.
There. And Lawrence has come down. I think he's got all of that. It's gone up in the air. It's going to be a catch. And he's out. It's been taken. And Dan Lawrence is out. It went very, very high. Labuschagne. And that's well taken by Marnus Labuschagne. So, and drives this one slightly epishly, but gets it through the gap. And this one looks like it's going to race all the way. Yeah, beautifully timed.
And that's Jason Roy's first boundary. And that ball's driven. And it makes its way through to the boundary, driven from outside off through mid-on. In these new look shirts. Oh, and he bowled him! He's bowled him! Tim van der Houten straight through, and Jason Roy is gone for 11. That so far is hitting the pitch hard. Again, and he has! He's out! Caught behind! What an introduction, Dan Douthwaite, his second ball, and he struck.
Another, we keep saying it, another big wicket.
Yeah, he's gone for the ramp shot. He's played it well. Has just got enough on it. And he hits a wide full toss.
Through point for a boundary. So normal standard. Oh, and there's another one driven straight, but that has gone through Douthwaite's hands, and it's gone for 4. One from Crane, now one from Labuschagne, and that's driven straight. Has he got all of that?
Yes.
I think it has, and it's almost hit the cameraman. Oh! I don't believe it. They've dropped another one. 2 and 2 balls. Oh, Glamorgan. We'll just take the shine off what's happened so far. Another back foot drive. Will this one be up? If it clears Dan Douthwaite. And that's just over 8 and over. Surrey. And another shot. And that one, he's got all of that one. And that one is over the fence and into the taff, potentially. So can Labuschagne respond? And he looks like he might have done the same thing again. Yep. That one's 6-2. Yep. And that's another shot off the back foot this time from Smith. Same result. 6 more. So that's the third 6 of the over. And that has been a difficult over. And that's 50 as well for Smith off 26 balls. So Bevan. And straight away, that one is in the air. This could be out. Oh! Standing in the right place. Drives again. Has he got this one? This should be out. They've got one. Finally, a catch taken. And he's bowled it. Brilliantly bowled. It's Dan Douthwaite. He's through him. What do you think? This one, he does get him to cut this one behind point. Has he got enough on it? It does. It's back on for Glamorgan now from the Cathedral end. And straight away, that one has been drilled straight back for 6. Smith again, but this time I think he might have got another one. He has. He's gone big over the other side. 6 more. And that, I think, is number 3. Smashed into the stand in front of the pavilion. And that is it. And there's a big swing of the bat again. Has he got enough on this? Should be out, and it is out. Smith is out. He was gone for a few so far, and he's bowled him. Labuschagne straight through him. He stepped away. Curran Cam still, it's a short one. He's got a lot of it. And it's gone for 6. Oh, has it? Perhaps he wished that one had gone straight on. And that's better this time. He's bowled him, no doubt about that one. Mason went for a few 6s. This is the final over his spell. And that ball has been smashed for 6 into the stand. 1 for 23 from his 3. And this could be a wicket. It should be. Oh, I don't believe it. I do not believe it. That's another one gone down.
Creating a website for online courses to engage your students is very hard, isn't it? There's a brilliant solution to all these problems. Meet Master Study WordPress plugin. It becomes your partner in creating courses effortlessly and effectively. Have you ever wanted to make course creation super simple? Well, our powerful drag and drop course builder makes it possible. It's fast, intuitive, and user-friendly. You can add 5 types of lessons, 8 quizzes, and even assignments for a diverse and engaging learning journey. Now, think about your students. When they enroll in a course, wouldn't it be great to provide them with a sleek, distraction-free learning environment? Our course player ensures that your students get exactly that. It makes their learning experience more enjoyable and productive. We have more features that will take your education offerings to a whole new level. You can regulate the order of lessons by date or customize your own sequence with our drip content feature. We've made lessons more interactive with live classes via Zoom, Google Meet, and live streams. It makes your courses come alive.
These are a few of the spectators, maybe friends, parents, siblings. Good comeback from Joseph. This has been a good comeback. Gone for 6 in the first ball. He's come back with 3 dot balls against Vishmi. Again, that slowness of the pitch not really coming on. You see Vishmi where she was striking that poly. She was looking at going more square of the wicket, but it didn't really come on. End of the over.
There you see the West Indies bowling card. Cornell none for 16 or 4 overs. Henry bowled pretty well, none for 15 or 5 overs. Well, you see the others got pretty expensive. Oli Alain, none for 19, 6.33 is economy rate. And Maraka, the off spinner, none for 14 of 3. And Quana Joseph, the left arm, slow left arm, who came into the side, none for 11 of 2. So Ramarak, the off spinner, to continue. For 3 overs, given away 14 runs. Atapatu on 33 and Gunaratna on 37. Wonderful partnership of 75. Sri Lanka being put into bat, 75 for no loss. In this third one-day international between the West Indies women and the Sri Lanka women.
Oh yes! She don't decide to left from
Angle
early.
she's creating against Atapatu here. Right arm over the wicket. Spins one, holds one back. Gets it to come the other way. That's one that turned once. Was good. They're looking for 2 here. But decides against it. Cornell's got a good arm.
One more thing about Vishmi Gunaratna is Kosala. She's very quick on the run in between the wickets. She was looking for that second run, but of course Chamri Atapatu decided against it. And also talking about Ramarak, she's wearing the delivery as well. This one to Ramarak off the front foot. Just pushing it on the offside, straight to the fielder.
It is a misfield. Ramarak would not be happy with that. Short. Vishmi Gunaratna, oh, that's a poor bit of fielding. Gunaratna will take the boundary. She will move into the 40s with that. The third time she's done this in this series. Yeah, she's not happy. Ramrak is not happy. But wasn't the best of deliveries as well, Polly. Now, Vishnu Gunaratna is a good player square of the wicket. She's got 13 on the onside square of the wicket and 14 on the offside. So that gives an indication she loves playing that horizontal bat strokes. She's not driven much down the ground.
You're right, Kosla. She's a very good square cut. And that's down the leg side, a wide being called. Taking the Sri Lankan total on to 81. Gunaratna on 41. Very consistent in the series. And that was lacking in the Sri Lankan players, you know, the consistency. And when Vishnu Gunaratna bats like this, definitely the entire lineup will be pretty confident with the start like this. 81 runs on the board without loss.
This is the second time they've done that, isn't it, in this series? Take a look at that again. Ratna played it uppishly, but was into the gap. Taken on the full, but not been able to get it out of that square. End of the 18th, 82 for none.
Every time I look at you, my heart runs into overdrive. I don't know if it's meant to be, but I'm falling for you. I'm falling for you. It's all effortless with you.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Ultra, effortlessly intelligent.
Hello, Moto.
Added spin coming off the surface.
Well, I think Kosla, she's trying to push it a bit faster rather than giving it Vidya. Normally a left-arm orthodox bowler like to toss it up a bit. Definitely. That's again nicely played by Chamri Athapathu, getting the gap between deep and on and mid-wicket. That's gone to the boundary for 4.
Now you know why Joseph doesn't want to toss it up. Because Chamari Athapathu is going to murder you the moment she sees flight. That's exactly what happened. Little bit of air. And Athapathu says, this is where I want it. Boundary for the taking.
You see, that's a beautiful shot by Chamri Athapathu. Getting into the gap. She's not in a hurry today. She's batting pretty well because Vishnu Gunaratna, the more attacking type of player today. You see the...
Now, you see, Chamari Athapathu is quite different to Vishnu Gunaratna. She's got runs all around the park. She's not favoured any particular area. Short this time, and that has been given the treatment. Chase to the fielder, and that will just tease Ramrak into the boundary. Second of the over. Sri Lanka marching along. Highest partnership of the series. It's 91. Again, Joseph, a fraction short. Chamari Athapathu is a very strong player off the back foot. We'll put that away on any given day.
Well, we see Chamri Athapathu now on full stride. She was not in a hurry at the early part of the innings. Of course, Vishnu Gunaratna was getting the runs, but now Chamri Athapathu has said, okay, I also got to do it. She's got up very quickly. She's on 42 now. 91 on the board.
So she's caught up with Atabatu. It's end of the 19th. 91 for now.
Sri Lanka 91 for no loss. You see 29 singles, 3 twos, 11 fours and 1 6 in this 91. Goes 70 dots also. But they will not mind it. They got a good partnership here. That's nicely played by Vishmi Gunaratna this time. There is a fielder down there. Just gets a single. Maraka bowling a fifth over, 9:15 to 2.
Oh jeez.
This time it's Atapato
That's one
playing
check.
it straight down to the deep mid wicket fielder. Well, now the two batters are playing shot to shot, isn't it, Khosla?
Yep, I think just gives an indication that the wicket is now easing out more. It's getting more comfortable for batting. The occasional ball is turning, but they're picking it very well. Gunaratna, third time she's passed 40 in this series. Went on to make a half century in the second one. This time she tries to go over the top. There is a fielder getting under this one. It's taken. Vishmi Gunaratna trying to do it too often. Ramrak picks up the first Sri Lankan wicket. Vishmi Gunaratna's innings comes to an end.
Once again, another 40 to Vishmi Gunaratna, 44 this time. Definitely the 50 was off. If she had just concentrated a bit, coming down the line, hitting it over the top, trying to hit it over the top, didn't time it properly. Of course, a good catch taken there at the mid-arm position.
Vishnu Gunaratna departs. Sri Lanka lose their first. She goes for 44. It's 93 for 1.
So Harshit Samaravikrama at number 3. Another wonderful batsman to watch. She has shots all around the wicket. She too has been among the runs. She got a good 40 in the first. There you see the statistics.
So it's two left-handers now in the centre. Very interesting bat grip from Harshita. She holds the bat very low down. This is the fall of the wicket. There you go. I thought the bat turned on Vishmi on that occasion. She was in two minds whether to go over mid-wicket or whether to go over long off. Take a look at this again. There you go. The bat turning on her.
You're right, of course, like even in the second game, same thing happened to her. The bat turn. She got to correct that. She got to go back to the nets and see about that.
There you go. Take a look at this again. There you go. The bat turning. Not really getting it in the centre. And that is the downfall for Vishnu Gunaratna.
Close one. And it's given out. So that's the end of Samara Vikrama. Ramarag getting 2 wickets in this over. Sri Lanka 95 for 2.
Well. Another one bites the dust. Harshita Samaravikrama played down the wrong line, I would say. That one didn't turn from right. That one came on with the arm. Take a look at that again. There you go. She was playing for the turn. That just crept through. And this is what Ramra can do. She picked up 2 in the previous game. She's got 2 more. And this time, 2 wickets in the same over. Harshita Samaravikrama's short stay ends for 1. Sri Lanka 95 for 2 at the end of 20.
Hansima Karunaratne brought in for this game will be an important one for the right-handed batter. Excellent first wicket stand on all of a sudden. West Indies goes bang bang as Ricky joins me alongside in the com box.
Yes, Dhammika, so 2 in 2 for West Indies. That's something they really wanted to get back into this game, crawl their way back. Hansima Karunaratne today playing in place of Hasini Pereira. Hasini Pereira being rested, Karunaratne being given the opportunity. Now these are the opportunities they should grab. It's not easy nowadays to break into the Sri Lanka women's lineup. So every opportunity you should perform, score runs, pick up wickets. And with the 30 overs remaining, your skipper at the other end, Hansika Karunaratne, can really just settle down, take her time and play her game. Yes, the ball went in with the angle, played down the wrong line, hit in the back leg, and umpire Agamberg thought that would go and crash into leg stump. So Ramarak picking up a 2 in 2, 2 big wickets to inform players now dismissed, and Atabatu has to now ensure that she bats as long as possible. As you see, 33 IS score. Just 19 games, 208 runs, but another talent for Sri Lanka going forward.
There's lots of young talent in this squad. This is the last we're playing for turn, which isn't there. Go straight on with the arm. I had very little hesitation. Oh, what a fine delivery. A bit of turn. Luckily, there was no touch. Fletcher into the attack, leg spinner, straight away, getting some turn off the surface, came off the glove of the wicket keeper. Rashida Williams straight away indicating there's no edge, so no appeal. Generously flighted, and Hansima Karunaratne pushed that one away towards extra cover region for no run.
Yes, Fletcher has done well so far on this tour. Particularly, beautifully bowled. That first game she bowled impressively. She likes bowling to the right hander, so it's not going to be easy for Karunaratne with the ball turning away. Good attacking cricket by Campbell, having a slipper positioned as well. You see that fell short, almost into her hands. Big smile on Fletcher's face.
Beautiful piece of bowling by Fletcher. Another dot ball to complete the 21st. Sri Lanka 96 for 2. While the opening wicket stand is in progress, for Sri Lanka things looking very good, and all of a sudden West Indies spinners getting some bite out of the track. Fletcher in particular pitching it in line with the stumps and extracting some turn. Hansima Karunaratne understandably nervous.
Ramarakans have been outstanding, 2 for 25. I mentioned earlier in my commentary scene that Atabatu, longer she bats, she will catch up on her strike rate. She was going at around 50. Now that gap has reduced, 45 of 61.
Oh, Glorious looking drive straight to the fielder. You said it right, Ricky. While Vishnu Gunaratne was batting really well, Atapattu very keen on giving more strike to Vishnu Gunaratne. As a result, runs are flowing. Things looking good for Sri Lanka. Oh, what a fine delivery.
That was a beauty. That turned, that bounced. Classical orthodox right arm off spinner, finger spinners delivery by Ramarak. She's taken a liking to this surface. Oh, that was a wicket taker. This time slightly too short. And West Indies now certainly throwing themselves around after those 2 wickets. Something that has boosted their confidence. They feel if they get rid of Atapattu here, then you'll have 2 new batters in the centre. It will make life difficult for Sri Lanka.
Absolutely no doubt. She's the one who controls things in the middle for Sri Lanka. Of course, vast amount of experience. She knows the track isn't conducive for stroke play. Ramarak working good lines and lengths. Very well bowled, solid looking defensive stroke. Now, while the partnership is in progress, you saw energy levels going down in the field for West Indies. Now all of a sudden, spring in the heels. Quicker, defensively negotiated. Another good over, just a single off. 22 done, 97 for 2.
You can see there's buildings. Sri Lanka were progressing really well. Just a couple of maiden overs in between in the power play. And then Vishnu Gunaratne in particular stepped on the accelerator, but those 2 wickets have pushed them back slightly. 2 very good overs since then for West Indies from Fletcher and Ramarak. Just 6 extras in 22 overs. That's very impressive. It's a very good comeback from the first 2 games.
This time goes aerial. Luckily short of the fielder, just short. The spectators would have had their heart on the mouth. Atapattu, the top attraction. A good crowd is in. They'll be definitely hoping something big from Atapattu.
Yes, certainly that was a good attempt too. She came towards the ball. She didn't wait. She thought she will attempt that catch. Generally, fielders look to hold back, take it on the bounce. But unfortunately, just fell short. So that was a very good attempt. Credit to the fielder. Because they know Atapattu is the prize wicket here. As spectators watch from those grass banks under those trees, cool wind blowing across the grounds. 40-odd deliveries in this innings so far, but a very good strike rate. This could be close. Did she get a hand on that one? I am sure they'll go up to the 3rd umpire. I feel that Karunaratne seems to be in a spot of bother.
We have an umpire's referral for a run out at the bowler's end. Can you just give me the frame where I can see whether the ball touches the fielder's hand, bowler's hand, please? Wrong replay. Wrong replay. Now you have to, Tushan, you have to give me a different replay. Maybe front on reverse would be perfect. Reverse angle. Yeah. Okay, confirm ball touched the fielder's hand and give me the side on for the run out, please. Run outs. For the run out, I need the side on angle to Shan. Thank you.
I have a decision for the big screen. It's... Hey, I know. Guys, make the signal at the signal out on the on-field, from the on-field, because the lights are not working. Tushan, lights are not working, so on-field.
Well, there you go. She's been given out, run out. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a technical problem. The lights were not working, but umpire Ruchira Palyuguragi, our third umpire, has given the decision to the on-field umpire, umpire Dedunu, and has been given as out. There you go. So that's unfortunate for Hansima Karunaratne. Straight away, I thought that she was out of her crease. We needed to just to see if the bowler got a hand to it. Backing up, it was powerfully struck by Chamari Atapattu, but that's very unfortunate. Getting an opportunity, her first game for this series, and a run out at the non-strikers. And Sri Lanka are now 99 for 3.
Lakshmi Silva, very reliable finisher for Sri Lanka. Coming in at number 5 today. She needs to bat long. Sri Lanka, excellent start, 93 runs. Now look at the figures. All of a sudden, oh, that one almost carried to the bowler. Chamari Atapattu seems to have realized now things getting a little tougher while spinners in action. With the addition of just 6 runs, Sri Lanka have lost 3 wickets, 3 key wickets. Hansima Karunaratne, of course, unfortunate way to go out. Swept it away. The chase is on, but couldn't prevent that one from going into the boundary. Came off the bat, 4 more runs to Chamari Atapattu. 50, the first of the series. The champion has delivered today. 51 not out.
Yes, that's a very good knock by Chamari Atapattu. Patient knock, took her time. She thought probably she missed out on the first 2 games trying to accelerate. But let Vishmi Gunaratne do the run scoring in the power play overs in the start of the innings in that partnership. And now she has got to another half century, yet another half century by this Sri Lankan skipper. 23 overs completed. It's 103 for the loss of 3 wickets.
There you go, scoring areas for Chamari Atapattu, 15 runs. Square leg region on the leg side in particular. Few scintillating shots through cover region. 6 and 4 boundaries. 6 boundaries and a 6.
Also, what we see in this graphic, Dhammika, is that West Indies have bowled with a plan to Chamari Atapattu. She's very strong on the offside, outside the off stump. They haven't given her anything. Just what we have only 17 runs through the offside. So they have looked to bowl straight as much as possible, target the stumps. And there was a half chance in the start of the innings. If they took that, this would have been totally different. But to the rest of the bowlers as well, they have not just made a getaway. But Chamari Atapattu has shown a lot of patience, found a way to score runs. That's all the experience she has, and it's yet another half century.
Lakshmi Silva averaging 20, just a solitary 50, much better player than that. Trying to work away for a single, straight to the fielder at the wicket region. You saw when things were not going their way, West Indies running out of ideas. All of a sudden, with the introduction of spin, things looking to have improved. And as Kosal rightly mentioned, this surface, very dry one, offers a little bit of spin so far from what we have seen. Ramarak as well as Fletcher working good lines and lengths, making things very tougher for Sri Lanka. All of a sudden, apart from Atapattu, the rest have struggled.
But you have to play the patient role. The ones and twos running hard between the wickets are very important. Wait for the loose ball. and then put it away to the boundary. That's the type of innings Atapattu has played. We were talking about her experience playing around the world, so she knew exactly what has to be done. Getting back to Sri Lankan as De Silva gets off the mark. Remember today, they'll come back for two, get their home safely. Kavisha Dilhari and Hasini Pereira both are not playing, batting at number 4 and 5. So two of their better players are not in this game, being rested. And Nilaksha De Silva probably coming in one notch ahead in the batting order as well because of that. So they don't really have a longer batting lineup like they had in the first two games. You see Anusha Sanjeevani probably will come in at number 6. General she'll come in at number 7. So a bit of a thinner batting lineup, more all-rounders in that lineup, more bowlers. So a lot of work to be done by this pair at the end of the 24th over. It's 105 for 3. We'll take a look at Chamari Atapattu's innings. Started off slowly, took her time, just used the pace of the bowlers on both sides of the wicket. But whenever the loose delivery was presented, she's deposited it to the boundary. Very strong as always down the ground, aggressive against the spinners, and she's good on the short ball, on the front foot. Had her luck, and she's done well to get another half century.
Fletcher righted, fielded the deep, cutting it off, and today Nilaksha De Silva will have to play a different role. Usually someone who comes at the end and do the finishing role, but today, take a look at it. Beautiful 6 over wide long off region. Leg side preferred, of course. Very strong player on the offside. Few boundaries. Excellent knock so far. Looks good for a bigger one.
She has to get a big one. And Nilaksha De Silva, she has 25 overs to bat. Easily, she could get in a big score here as well. But that's close. Right across the line. She's been given as a nut out. Did she get some bat on that one? Did she get a bit of a bottom edge? Umpire Dedun De Silva signaling as not out. That was close.
Probably must have been something.
Probably also umpire Dedun De Silva might have thought that she was struck outside that off stump line. It's a close call. It's a touch and go. Could have gone either way. But the first reaction, I felt that umpire Dedun De Silva probably thought that she was hit outside that off stump line. Maybe that's the reason. But very, very close.
You said it right. Height must have taken into consideration on the defensive shot by Nilaksha De Silva. Although she got every reason to consider herself lucky. Usually compulsive sweeper, anything slower flighted, she prefers to go towards square leg region. Of course, very strong over there. On the dot ball, Fletcher working her magic.
Yes, she's been good. Amy Fletcher into a third over, just 8 runs. She's bowled with a lot of accuracy. Not easy, these right arm leg spinners, the wrist spinners in general. But she's shown good control in this effort so far today. So halfway mark, 106 for 3, Sri Lanka.
We've reached the midway juncture of the innings. Sri Lanka 106 for 3 in 25 overs. They were very well poised at 93 without loss. Some rebuilding work needed out there. Let's say a very good morning once again, Kosala.
Morning, Viren. 106 for 3. After being 90 for no loss, Sri Lanka might feel that they've been pegged back by the Indies women. The good thing that Sri Lanka, no, that was again turning. The good thing that Sri Lanka has is they got Atapattu still batting.
Very well said, Kosala. And Ramharak West Indies linchpin with the ball, just has 3 overs left. Being bowled out here by skipper Campbell. Well flighted, but has scampered through for that single. Ramharak, in one of her interviews prior to the women's CPL, said that Sunil Narayan was her idol.
Good bit of fielding. Definitely saved a run for her side. Interesting to find out. Your comment. Oh, did she miss it? Or was it intentional? We'll have to say, but though being the idol, her action doesn't resemble Sunil Narayan, I guess. It's good flight and delivery, varying a line, varying a length, varying a speed. That's very important, especially if you're a finger spinner, wherein that's what you need to be crafty with the modern day game. You've been picked out otherwise. You need to vary your flight, you need to vary your speeds. That's very important.
Yes, course, and in the modern game where you have the element of mystery spinners as well, if you're a conventional off spinner, you need to have some variation to keep the batsman guessing. And this has been the pick of her performances thus far in the series. She took a while to settle into her groove, and she'll be a force to reckon with in the T20 series as well.
Sri Lankan dugout looking on. That's good. She shifts to going over the wicket now to Atapatha, trying to create that angle. I think what she might be really trying to do, Viren, is go across and try to bring that ball back into Chamari Atapatha.
Exactly, attempt Chamari to do just that. There's protection in the deep on the leg side for that fall stroke. Trying to induce that fall stroke from Chamari. And at the end of the 26th, it's 108 for 3 as we see that once again. Trying to induce the big stroke on the leg side. She knows that Chamari is being pegged down slightly. Brilliant spell by Ramharak. 2 for 30 after 8 overs. In line with her economy, this is what she usually does. This is her role for the side, to bring some stability in those middle overs, and especially without Hayley Matthews and Stephanie Taylor not in operation with the ball. She has a crucial role here.
Yeah, I think you're right, because the finger spinner's role mostly is to be the containing bowler of the side, rather than the wicket-taking bowler. You would expect your wrist spinners or your mystery spinners to come in and pick up your wickets for you. But when it comes to a conventional finger spinner, now here we go. You see it straight away. Fletcher in action. There's an appeal for a catch. Now that's your wicket-taking bowler.
A container and an aggressor bowling in tandem, just as the doctor ordered for the West Indies. This is a crucial juncture of the game. We know their plan, and there's a lot of purchase on offer for Afi Fletcher, who's been brilliant throughout the series. It seems to be the mantra for the day. Flight it and induce the outside edge.
So what the Windies want is the right-hand batter against the right-hand leg spinner, and the left-hand batter against the right-arm off spinner. Now, what the Sri Lankan batters need to do is they need to change that. That's the wrong one.
Lakshya De Silva didn't pick that out too well. So it's important for her to rotate strike now. And we see that communication between the two batters. To get Chamari on strike, she's been quite comfortable against Fletcher. And this is exceptional bowling. This is wizardry in a nutshell.
Look at the turn. This is what I was talking. Just look at that. That one just spun like a Shane Warne delivery.
Yes. Even the great Shane Warne would be very impressed. But there you go, got a tad too greedy there and gives Lakshya De Silva the opportunity to relinquish the pressure she was under. Once again, we see protection in the deep on the leg side. There's a strong cross breeze as well, Kosala, which could assist Afi Fletcher here.
There you go. That's the indication of the blowing that we were talking about. It's taken by his hat away. But this, I think the breeze, we didn't have this breeze in the morning. This just come in as the day progresses, because when I was down there in the center, we didn't see this breeze going cross from left to right or right to left. But now, we're just seeing it. This time, Chamariyatapattu goes big, tries to go aerial, but finds the fielder down there. Good intent from the Sri Lankan skipper. She marches on to 54 as the over comes to her, and it's 110 for 3.
Yes, it's a very squarish long on. And Chamari looking to continue with the momentum she's had throughout the innings. That was intentionally played, Costa. She knew it was a very squarish long off.
Now we're seeing this, the blowing that we were talking about. Now during this period in Sri Lanka, during the month of June, especially when you have the Poson Poya coming in, it's called, in singular terms, Poson Hulang. That's what it really happens. This is Poson Hulang in Sri Lanka for you. The Poson wins, to be very precise. This time Atapattu goes big and connects very well for a maximum second for Atapattu, the second in the Sri Lankan innings. You just can't afford to give Chamariyatapattu any leeway.
And the wind seems to be blowing from the offside to her leg side, assisted by the wind. That was absolutely pummeled by Chamari.
Within her zone, isn't it, Viren? Very much in her zone. Chamariyatapattu loves that mid-wicket region. What does Ramrak do now? She's into her 9th. She'll most probably bowl out here. How good has Atapattu been? 60. She missed out in the second game. She wanted to get into the runs. She's been fantastic.
And looking for the leg side again, Chamari, a tad lucky on that occasion. Goes back for the second, got the top edge. But yes, goes early on, Chamari got her eye in, and now has gone up a notch. Took the top edge there. Look for that conventional sweep. But Ramrak changed her length slightly.
And also the speed, I would say. She fired it in a little bit quicker than the previous delivery. This time Atapattu hammers. Oh! Now was that a drop chance? But it was a valiant effort, I would tell you. If that had stuck, that would have been the catch of the series, without a doubt. Take a look at that again. She gave everything into that. What a great effort. That one hand didn't stick.
One stalwart nearly dismissing the other, Stephanie Taylor. That was a brilliant attempt. That would have been potentially even the catch of the Women's Championship thus far. Prize scalp in Chamari. Stats will indicate that as a drop chance, but that's being very harsh on Stephanie.
Brilliantly. Brilliant effort. Brilliant. Maybe if she had gone with both hands, there might have been a chance. That's what she was indicating right now. Now, what does this Silva do? I think what she needs to do is play the second fiddle role to Atapattu. Because Atapattu has decided that she needs to make a move on and she'll get on by the game. Get the single, get things working around for Atapattu. That's what Lakshya De Silva needs to be doing now. The last ball of the over. wide? Yes, it is.
It's an age-old adage. You need to keep the scorecard ticking. And that's Nilakshi's role now. She can't afford to get bogged down at one end. Well flighted once again by Ramarock. A slightly expensive over. At the end of the 28th, it's 120 for 3. You can afford to toss these projected scores out of the window if Charmery gets her eye in and bats out the next 10 to 12 overs.
That predicted score that I mentioned, about 180, might just be beyond the 200 that we're looking at.
Once again, finding the top edge. Charmery has been a tad fortunate in the last 2 overs. Once again, of course, perhaps a subtle change of pace there.
Also, I felt that might have been the wrong one. And Charmery was playing against the turn. Now we got the right hand in strike. Now this is going to be a good contest. Fletcher against De Silva. That's a bad delivery. That's a bad delivery. Might be a wide plus an extra run being given. We'll wait for the call. Yeah, it's a wide and a run. 2 added to the Sri Lankan total, 122. I wonder whether you've noticed what these, when you really look at leg spinners, how they stray down the leg side and how they really get it right. Now see, again, if you watch them very closely, it's all about how they release. The moment that release goes towards 1 o'clock, then you're ill-directed. The moment it comes on 12 o'clock and turns, you got it on.
It's one of the finest arts in cricket. Big leg spinner once again with the flight. And on this occasion, with a lot more straighter in terms of the angle. Mind games on both ends.
So what Atapath is trying to take Fletcher out of the attack. That's what she's trying to do, because she knows that Fletcher, this time she goes again. And this time, on the first bounce to Taylor. So Charmery Atapath, what she's trying is, or rather Cornell as the fielder, trying to take Fletcher off the attack, but they know that Fletcher is the danger again. Now that is the wrong one. But Atapath picked it.
Yes, and Fletcher's been using the wrong one as a surprise element. Sometimes leg spinners can get carried away, but it's good that she's utilizing her stock delivery to keep batsmen on their toes. Nilaksha De Silva has a work cut out for her. Too full on that occasion. But it's a brilliant captaincy by Campbell, using her strike weapons from both ends. As you said, the container and aggressor bowling in tandem.
Keep working, girls. Keep working, girls. Very good. I got the energy, girls.
Now Atapath, I would say, has pummeled that one away to the boundary for 4 to end the over. Not the best of overs for Fletcher. She's gone for 12 in the over. Again, straying down the leg side. And Charmery Atapath would do it any day of the time. Any time of the day, rather, to put that one away for a boundary.
Well said, Khosla. Easy pickings for a batsman of Charmery's stature. As we look at Charmary's 9 ODI centuries, a good mix of both home and away, which shows us her prowess, not just in South Asia but around the world, and especially in those SENA countries that are very difficult for batters from our part of the world to thrive in. Brilliant 195 against South Africa, topping the list, and in most occasions potentially taking the side home as well.
200s in Australia, not easy. Ramchak will end her spell from this over. She's gone for 40. They wouldn't mind that because she's picked up 2 wickets. She was a tad expensive in the previous over. But apart from that, she's been good. This time, Nilakshi De Silva tries to get it away. Only a single. I don't think that's what Nilakshi should be doing here, really. She needs to be just working it around. Let Apsapat to do the big hitting.
Exactly, Coach. Well spotted. But when you're a natural aggressor and when you have Charmary at the other end scoring with ease, you'd like to up the ante yourself. But as you said, she has to resist the temptation. It's not her role right now. It's just to keep supporting Charmary. And good captaincy by Campbell to have that first slip in place now.
Gives you an indication why that slip was brought in. There is some purchase of this track if you're really giving it up, turning. And the slower you push it through the air, that's where it starts to grip and turn.
There you go once again. An outside edge through to the boundary. Amari Atapattu keeps the scorecard ticking. She's a natural aggressor. This is the way she knows best. It's worked out brilliantly for her throughout her career. But Ramharak would feel a tad unfortunate on that occasion.
Loose out on that delivery. Short, wide, Atapattu. He's been there for quite a while to spot that one. Oh. That one turn again. Slower through there. Grip and turn.
Speaking of grip and turn, our Sri Lankan spinners will be awaiting the tantalizing prospect of bowling out here. There's a lot on offer for the spinners. Right once again by Ramarak, fittingly to wrap up her spell. Camper through for that single. So at the end of the 30th over, Sri Lanka are 135 for 3, and it's drinks.
There you go, Ramarak 2 for 46 off a 10 overs, excellent spell. Vishmi Gunaratna and Harshita Samaravikrama, 2 quick wickets in space of 2 deliveries, brought back West Indies into the game. And yes, they need a partnership. Economic rate just 4.60, 36 dot deliveries. She had a good outing. She'll be happy with the performance, Karishma Ramarak. West Indies needed somebody to step up and deliver with the ball. Today she's done justice. It's a building time once again. Sri Lanka, after losing those wickets, they'll need to consolidate. But as long as their skipper is there, nothing is impossible. 74 of 87. Catching up really quickly. Getting close to that runner ball. Vishmi Gunaratna, fantastic 44. Samara Vikram and unfortunately, Hansika Karunaratne run out at the non-striker's end. She'll feel very unlucky indeed. Lakshya De Silva, 24 deliveries for 6. But still 20 overs left. So she knows that she could take her time, no hurry at all. She knows that as long as Atapattu is there, the runs will keep coming. And 2 for 46, as we said, for Ramarak. Henry has been economical, 5 overs for 15. So has Cornell at the top of the order.
बिरयानी 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 अगर इनकी और मेरी तरह आप भी हैं बिरयानी लवर तो आज ही शुरू करें तैयारी टू सेलिब्रेट दावत वर्ल्ड बिरयानी डे साथ साथ on July 7.
Cover me, cover me, cover me!
It's not defeat that defines you. It's how you bounce back. Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Last couple of overs, runs coming quite easily. Yes, you were talking about the target Sri Lanka will be looking at. Khosla during the pitch report said 180 was a pass score, but definitely that's going to overtake that score a lot because 135 for 3, 20 overs remaining Sri Lanka, and Chamari Athapattu in particular looking very good. The value of Chamari's innings is, Ricky, the determination she had. She knew she had not done well, not done to her potential in the first 2 games, and she was determined to come good in this game. And she has really done that and shown the rest of the batters how to concentrate and how to work on an inning.
Yes, certainly. I mean, there is very rarely a series that goes by with Chamari Athapattu failing in all the games. I mean, it's hard to keep quality players away for too long. As we say, you know, it's, form is temporary, class is permanent. So Chamari Athapattu is a classy player, and sooner than later she's going to come to the party, and she has done that in this game so far. So a few of the spectators following women's cricket come here to Surya Vava to support the game. Across the line, that was heading down the leg side. She'll be disappointed she missed out Athapattu. There was runs on offer.
Yes, definitely tossed up delivery. Well, ball held on a bit. Chamari Athapattu played the shot early. Watching that ball very carefully. 74 coming off 89 deliveries. That's again mistimed. Fletcher bowling a 6th over, just given away 19 runs. She's really troubled the batters.
Yes, so she's trying to hit Fletcher through that long on mid-wicket region, looking for the slog sweep. This time Fletcher drops it short. Oh, that's a misfield. Should have stopped that. They'll come back for 2. Should have kept it to a single, probably. This is good thinking by Fletcher. The first 3 deliveries were tossed up. Chamari Athapattu looking to play that slog sweep, missed out. So Fletcher dropped it slightly short, made a go for that pull, bottom edge, and gets a couple of runs. So this is an interesting battle. 2 quality players. Fletcher is a quality leg spinner.
This time Chamari Athapattu crashes it on the offside. No run there, straight to the fielder.
Brilliant ball in Paulinus, bowls the wrong one. Floated it up. Come and hit me, she said to Chamari Athapattu. And bowled that wrong one, but Chamari Athapattu didn't leave the crease, deciding to stay on the back foot. Just a single to end the over. Excellent. Just the 3 runs. 31 completed, 138 for 3.
They see the giant scoreboard here at the Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium. 138 for 3 of 31 overs. Chamari Athapattu on 77 and Lakshya De Silva on 6. We had Vishwi Gunaratne getting 44 and putting on a very good 93-run partnership for the first wicket. And then Sri Lanka suddenly lost 3 wickets. That's of Gunaratne. Harshita Samara Vikrama was out for 1 and Hansima Karunaratne was run out for 1. And from there it's from 99 for 3, now it's 138 for 3. So a 39-run partnership between these 2 batters. Most of the runs coming off the bat of Chamari Athapattu, who's on 77.
talking about Surya Weber, this is a dry zone area. That's why there's a lot of cricket plays even during rainy days. It's not easy maintaining this ground as well. A lot of water is needed. A lot of hard work. Ground staff do a lot of hard work to maintain the square and the ground in general. So Stephanie Taylor, look at that, 160 matches, 155 wickets, 4 for 17 are best. Look at the economy rate, 3.57. So much experience. Starts off with a poor delivery though, and banged away for 4 runs. Adabatu is not going to miss out. Doesn't matter who the bowler is. A good attempt on the boundary line. Did the hard work, had to put in the dive in, but just could not get a hand on that one because it was powerfully struck by Athapattu. So welcomes Stephanie Taylor to the bowling crease in fashion.
Yes, one of the senior most cricketers in the field, Stephanie Taylor, making her debut in 2008.
Probably one of the most senior players in world cricket now. When you look at the years they made their debuts in women's cricket.
Off the back foot cuts it down. There is no fielder there, a long chase. A big tears. Well fielded there. Just inches inside the boundary. I don't know whether she knocked the boundary. And gone for the third umpire.
There's a lot of balance in work on the boundary line. So I think she did well to keep that in play. To keep it in play, not concede a boundary. Need a good balancing effort to not trample the line. Brilliant, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Well done. Straight to the fielder. Once again, Chamara Yadabatu. She's missed out on a few of those today. Picking that short, fine leg fielder. Oh, that's good to see. A decent number of spectators have come to watch this game. We invite all those once again to come in. Free entrance. If you're in Surya Weber, come and watch the game on this holiday. It's a first one for you. Come over and watch ladies cricket.
There was a loud appeal there for an LPW. Always have a look at that again. Definitely going down the leg side or pitching outside leg stump.
Yes, so certainly that's turning into the left-hander. That would have missed the leg stump quite easily. Just came in with the arm. Stephanie Taylor. She's mixing it up. She's such a crafty operator. 32 completed, 144 for 3. Yes, Stephanie Taylor has a huge role to play because Hayley Matthews is not here, so she's the senior most player. And not forgetting Hayley Matthews is not only the captain or the batter, but her 10 overs is so vital. She's up there in the bowling rankings. She's in the top 10 all-rounders of women's cricket. So her 10 overs is a key cog in this West Indies bowling lineup, and without her, they're certainly hampered. So Stephanie Taylor will have a few overs to bowl. She'll have to take on that responsibility and do that job for West Indies in this passage of play.
Yeah, a vital inning from her is needed in this long chase also. Sri Lanka batters put up a good score. 145 for 3 at the moment. Might be looking at something 200 plus. So Athapattu up the back foot this time, gets it past cover point. That's gone into the boundary for 4. So she moves on to 88.
Chamari Athapattu at her very best. I mean, she was quick to judge the length of that delivery. Rock back, front of square. Not an easy shot to play. but she has all the power, the timing. Nobody on the boundary to protect that one. So that was one of those few loose deliveries that Fletcher has bowled. Goes back to that foolish one. This is a tussle here. Soon as she bowls it full on the stumps, Chamari Athapaththu looking for the slog sweep. And she hasn't been able to make proper contact.
She's on 88. There you see the runs coming all around the wicket. Chamari Athapaththu getting closer to her 10th 100.
So this innings also indicates that the wicket is playing a touch slow. It's not easy to play those lofted drives to go straight down the ground. You see here a lot of runs has come beyond square. You know, a lot of the back foot. Generally you'll see Chamari Athapaththu going over mid-off, going over the bowler's head. But not much in this innings. So shot making isn't easy as well. So whatever Sri Lanka get here, it's not going to be easy for the West Indies batting to chase down unless there is something special, especially with the amount of spinners Sri Lanka has.
150 on the board, 150 for 3 Sri Lanka in 32.4 overs. Athapaththu on 89, Nilakshit De Silva on 6. And Nilakshit De Silva not getting much of the strike in the recent time. Chamari Athapaththu was having most of the strike, a run rate of 4.59, which is a very good run rate at this stage. 7 wickets intact. Sri Lanka might be looking at 200 plus. Fletcher bowling a 7th over, just 27 runs given away.
So Nilakshit De Silva should look to rotate the strike a bit more. At the moment she's in a bit of a shell. That's better. That's what's needed. Not the big sixers or fours, but just getting those ones and twos. Give Chamari Athapaththu much as the strike as possible. 33 completed, 150, 1 for the loss of 3 wickets.
They see the partnership of 52 runs between these two batters of 63 deliveries. The contribution of that being 42 coming off the bat of Chamari Athapaththu, and Nilakshit De Silva just 7 of 26 deliveries. But still hanging around there and supporting Chamari Athapaththu is it is what is needed from Nilakshit De Silva at this stage. Because Sri Lanka, after a very good start, 93 for no loss, they were down at 99 for 3 when Nilakshit De Silva came into bat with Chamari Athapaththu. They have put on 52 runs up to now.
She's a very experienced player now. Nilakshit De Silva has been around this Sri Lankan setup for quite a while, for a number of years. And now senior player in this lineup, so she knows her role well. Good shot delivery. Cornell. There's also what is the key, I think, in the Sri Lankan side is each individual player knows their roles, so what they have to do, whether it's bowling or batting. Now that is what I think Romesh Ratnayaka and his coaching staff has brought into this setup. You know, they identify roles to play, who is going to bowl, who is batting, you know, and they know exactly what they have to do. Going out there, they practice hard, they do their routines hard, and then they go out and perform. So it's a very good setup at the moment.
So Cornell being brought in again, the first delivery. Nilakshit De Silva played it pretty well, and this time Chamari Athapaththu driving it towards the extra cover boundary. Gets a single, takes her on to her 90s, so getting close to her 10th century. She played a wonderful innings, a lot of determination in it. That's another good delivery by Cornell. Nilakshit De Silva.
So when you see Cornell running into ball, you may think that she's quicker than what she's delivering at the moment. But she had to wait till that arrived. A long wait for Nilaksha De Silva. That was another slow delivery. This time going for the short one. So trying to mix it up, Cornell. Not letting the batter settle down. Is that the one for the over?
That was the wide being called.
Yes, I think she bowled one in the first delivery as well. Well over the head of Nilaksha De Silva. Yes, the square leg umpire signaling is right.
That's nicely played by Nilaksha De Silva. Waiting for the short delivery, getting off the back foot, pulling it away. 155 for 3. Sri Lanka being put into bat by the West Indians. Run rate of 4.6 per over. That's a very healthy run rate, Ricky.
So Chamari Athapattu looking for that first 100 versus West Indies in women's ODI cricket. She has 9 before this against other oppositions: Australia, India, New Zealand, England. And this will be another milestone for her in her career.
Yes, definitely, she's coming towards the end of her career. She must be wanting to get 100 against the West Indies. And again, a shortish delivery. Nilaksha De Silva getting underneath it. So that's the end of that over. 34 gone. It's 156 for 3.
It's 156 in just 204 deliveries. Current run rate 4.59, 2 sixes, 16 fours in this innings. Sri Lanka have maintained that run rate right throughout. Well set for a good total here. So you mentioned coming towards the end of her career. I think she has a lot more to offer, Paulinus. So there had been rumors in the past. I think she oh, Chamari Athapattu, what were you trying to do? Now this is what I was talking about in the last over. She was floating it up there. Chamari Athapattu was looking. This time she was looking to play much straighter, but in the early over looking to play that slog sweep, and it was a challenge. She mistimed a few. She could not get bat on ball. She was hit on the pads. This time flighted, trying to go over long on, a bit of turn, knocks back the middle stump. Well, she'll be very disappointed. We were looking forward to it. That would have been a 10th century. It was there for the taking, her first against West Indies. But Fletcher, she's bowled brilliantly, deserving wicket. Athapattu gone for 91. Sri Lanka 156 for 4.
There's Anusha Sanjeevani coming in at number 6. Right hand bat. Definitely Sri Lanka lost a wicket of there her statistics of Sanjeevani, 331 runs, high score of 46, 11.82 the average, strike rate of 45. Definitely she must be wanting to get a good score today. It's Chamari Athapattu, Ricky, on all 3 matches. She was outbowled on all 3 internationals, first, second and third, all 3 games she was outbowled.
They say generally good batters get bowled normally, or LBW Paulinus, because they rarely hit the ball in the air and get caught. Beautifully bowled by Fletcher. She's been the pick of the bowlers. If you analyze the entire series, even during those huge losses in the first 2 games, Fletcher has been really good. She's troubled the Sri Lankan batters. And that was that wicket. She was looking to go downtown. But Fletcher had the last laugh. And she picked up the prize wicket of the Sri Lankan skipper.
Yes, that one did turn a bit. And There's a good bit of fielding there in the boundary.
I think she hurt her leg, Paulinus. She pulled it in, brilliant fielding, but she could not come back to gather the ball. I think she pulled a muscle. Maybe she sort of jammed her knee into the ground. There you go. Yes, she rammed her left knee into the ground, I feel. Or maybe it's a hip. But she's in a lot of pain, Stephanie Taylor. She's the most senior player now. One of them most vital players. I hope she's okay. I hope it's not too much damage. But she's certainly in a lot of pain. She's down on the ground. There you go. I thought it was her left knee. No, it is her right leg that has been damaged. Hip, I think. Yes, it was the hip. Her thigh area. That's certainly not looking good. Not looking good for Stephanie Taylor and West Indies. But we hope that it's not too much damage. Pull it in. And there you go. I think on that twist, when she twisted, maybe she did some damage.
So anyway, back into the game, 158 for Sri Lanka. Pushing down the offside, no run. Fletcher bowling her 8th over, 1 for 30.
Yes, sir, she's off the field at the moment. Play will continue. We have the reserve player on the field. Brilliant stuff by Fletcher. Just the 2 runs in the over. Picked up the wicket of Atabatu as well. 35 completed, 158 for 4. As Stephanie Taylor leaves the field with the physio and the doctors. Just we hope that she will be okay and she will be back on quickly.
Well, at an important juncture, Sri Lanka losing the big wicket that of Chamari Adapattu. Here are the projected scores. 6 and over, 248. Touch too far at the moment. Current run rate, they get to 226. Kausala once again joining alongside me in the com box. As you rightly said, this is not the track we straight away coming in and blazing away. You need to take some time to settle down. Now De Silva and wicketkeeper Sanjeevani will have to do some serious resurrection.
Good move by Campbell. Bring back the paces in. Change the difference of the momentum of the game. This is Stephanie Taylor, who injured herself. Hope it's not anything serious.
Almost a mix-up. The call came at the right time by Sanjeevani. De Silva, someone who very keen on getting on with things. She thought, pushed that one away, straight away. The single was on. Sanjeevani smartly sending her back. Connell trying to hit the deck hard. Played it straight backward point region and for no run. Like I said, good captaincy, bringing
बॉल पकड़, टाइट पकड़। ये साधारण ग्रिप है, अब निकाल। ये यूरो ग्रिप है। इसी तरह टायर पे सिर्फ ग्रिप नहीं, यूरो ग्रिप होना चाहिए। यूरो ग्रिप टायर्स बाय TVS, not just any grip, यूरो ग्रिप।
Trying to go downtown, messes it all together. 100 runs was on the cards for Chamari easily. Still a best part of 14 overs remaining, so the rest of the batters will need to bat out these overs, get maximum out of it. Cornell, very economical, a pull shot. That's protection. There's no protection in the deep. Fielder from Squire Leg region has to come around, picking it up and sending the return. 2 runs taken quite easily by De Silva.
It wasn't very hard or firmly hit by Sanjeevani. She got enough bat on it, but didn't have the legs to take it to the boundary. Last ball of the over. Go through for a quick one. That will mark end of over number 36. 162 for 4.
Looking at the bowling figures, Karishma Ramarak standing out. 2 for 46, put brakes on Sri Lanka scoring, made things difficult. Rest of the bowlers, more or less, doing their stuff, and Henry, very economical, so is Fletcher. Taylor, unfortunately, jammed her knee onto the ground while fielding. Not too sure whether she'll get the chance, the opportunity to bowl again. Meanwhile, Fletcher onto her 9th. Good crowd is in. They've been so far having good time.
Russia's economy has been very good, 3.75. Some of the fans cheering the Sri Lankan women. Oh, that bit everything. Now, what is the wicketkeeper asking? That's the question. I thought there might have been a bit of bat on that. No, it's been signaled buys. It's not hit anything. Very interesting. We'll take a look at that again. What was the keeper asking? Take a look very closely at that one turn. Oh, good call. Well judged by the umpire. Take a look at that again. Maybe the wicketkeeper thought that it brushed her back leg. Good bowling. Shot on that occasion.
Beautiful piece of leg spin bowling by Fletcher. Beaten everything with edge, stumps, and the wicketkeeper. It's a case of being punished for good bowling. 4 runs. Sri Lanka will take that anyway. 166 for 4. Going across the line, bottom edge. Towards quite clearly on. Fielder has to come around. So all in all, good over for Sri Lanka so far. 6 runs being taken. Fletcher, meanwhile, looks threatening.
So what Sri Lanka needs to do now is see off Fletcher. She's got 1 over after this one, which she looks to be the danger. Not give her any more wickets.
Play Fletcher safely. And move on to the final passage of play. Another dot ball. Fletcher wearing her length from time to time. Times generous in flight, like the one she got Chamari Athapathu's scalp. Athapathu batted beautifully. Just the way, just a lesson for youngsters how to construct your innings. A wide outside the out stump, little too much turn on that occasion. The back foot little quicker to complete Fletcher's 9th. Very good one for Sri Lanka. After 37, 169 for 4. As you can see, the crowd taken shades. It's very warm, very bright out here. Those are the buildings. As you can see, Sri Lanka, by losing wickets, lost a little bit of momentum. Outstanding opening wicket stand between Chamari Athapattu and Vishnu Gunaratne, 15 extras. Though it was a very concerted effort by the West Indies, still number of extras been a concern.
Changing the bowling. Elaine comes into the attack. Out of those 15 extras, 11 of them have been wide, so they've almost conceded 2 extra overs to the Sri Lankan batters. Oh, good start. These are little things that hurt you at the end, Dhammika. Those extra runs given, the extra balls being given. How much does the Sri Lankan batters get in those extra 12 balls? Those are things that you need to look into.
Exactly, at the start of the series, West Indies, they ranked 6th, Sri Lanka 7th. Now things have changed. By winning first 2 games, Sri Lanka worked their way up, ranked 6th at the moment. It's about building on. Sri Lanka, we've been talking about it right throughout the series, on and off commentary. It's about automatic World Cup qualification. Very important. Lane, someone who hits the deck very hard. Silva, who likes to work almost all deliveries on the leg side and go for singles, finding it a little tough against a Lane who's bowling straight in line with the stumps. All in all, Sri Lankan batters, they know for sure it's a period for resurrection, because important concluding part coming up. Another single, well played, good running between the sticks.
I would say that's poor on the fielder. That was a single taken. It went to her strong hand. She looked very lackadaisical in picking that one up.
Little over off the block. Could have prevented that single. De Silva straight away spotting that weakness and completing the single without any trouble. Good delivery, still managing to find the gap. Sanjeevani hasn't had many opportunities in the first 2 one-dayers. Today, I think these 2 batters, that's their responsibility to be till the end.
But I think Campbell is missing a trick here. They've got rid of the dangerous Athapattu. They'll take another quick one. Well run. So when I say they're missing a trick here, is they're not applying pressure on these 2 batters. They're just allowing the singles to go by, taking it quite comfortably. This is Chamari Athapattu looking on. Very much involved. She's been a fantastic servant of Sri Lankan women's cricket for the last 15 years. And she likes guiding the youngsters, giving all what she knows, sharing a lot of experience and thoughts with the newcomers. That's what you need. 38 overs have been completed. And she's led Sri Lanka for so many years. Changing the field now. Fletcher to finish off her spell.
It's very important De Silva and Sanjeevani play Fletcher safely. Flighted. This is good cricket. Direct hit would have been interesting.
Direct hit might have had De Silva in a spot now. Has he hurt herself? Let's take a look at this again. It was a good pickup. The release was good. Maybe it would have been touch and go. Now, I would have liked a slip coming in for Fletcher. Her last over, looking for that wicket. Bring those fielders in the inner ring a little bit closer. Try and stop that single. Build that pressure. Now that will earn them another single. You see, if you look at Sanjeevani and De Silva, they don't seem to be the big bashers and hitters of the cricketing ball. They like it more to turn it around, work it around. So the moment you stop that single in that inner ring area, that's where they start to do something different.
Spot on, Kausala. Bringing in the field, a slip fielder, definitely for Fletcher. There you go, far too easy. Lesser number of fielders inside the inner ring, allowing two batters to take singles at will. 3 out of 4. Sri Lanka been adding some momentum. Some of the back foot finds a fielder. By having enough fielders and bowling according to the field, Fletcher, someone who gets a little bit of purchase off the track, could back herself. Oh, excellent delivery to finish off the spell. 1 for 36. Sri Lanka after 39, 175 for 4. There you go. 1 for 36. You'll take that any day. Experienced campaigner for West Indies. Did manage to deliver with a ball the first 2 one-dayers, but today, under conducive conditions, excellent spell of bowling. By looking at this, I'm sure Sri Lanka, largely comprising of a spin bowling attack, quite a few spinners, the likes of Oshadi Ranasinghe might be licking her lips.
Allen starts over number 40. Now I like that. That field at short extra has been brought into the brought in much closer. Now these are the traditional sound drums that you see in a Sri Lankan match. Papa band is using the pipes and the trumpets still manage to drum their way and enjoy.
We certainly missed this during the first 2 one-dayers. So nice to glide that one away. Fielder comes around and misses it. I thought she did fantastically well to reach, but unfortunately ball found a way to sneak through another boundary. Then Lakshya De Silva adding some momentum.
She did the hard part to get to that. Couldn't finish off well to pull that in. I thought overran it just a little bit.
Since the departure of Chamarayatapattu, there hasn't been too many boundaries. 4.53. Still Sri Lanka maintaining a very good run rate. De Silva, constant stream of singles. So she occupied the crease for 44 deliveries. Sanjeevani, 18 deliveries. They know they need to bait their till the end. Sri Lanka little thin on batting today. Made 3 replacements.
2 balls of the second power play remaining, and after that we move into the third power play where the fielding side has the luxury of having 5 fielders rather outside that 30-yard ring. But I don't think the West Indies will be much worried about that. We're not, as you said, we're not seeing much of the boundaries coming in. It's been singles being nudged around, but I still feel that the fielders need to be brought in a little bit quicker. 4.51 is the run rate. They will look for one. She'll are quite happy to work the ball around. She's moved on to 19 of 46. Sanjeevani's made 9 of 18, but they need a partnership here.
Yes, these two experienced campaigners in the middle need to bat at least another 5 overs for Sri Lanka to get over the score of 220. That'll no doubt be a very competitive score. Excellent partnership. 24 runs of 34 deliveries. A dot ball. A very good over for Sri Lanka. 5 runs off. So after 40 overs, 180 for 4.
Game is well poised now as we enter third and final power play. An extra fielder permitted to be outside the 30-yard circle. With 6 wickets in hand, Sri Lanka well poised now to be a tad more aggressive, especially in Lakshya De Silva, 19 or 46. It's a very good afternoon to you, Ricky.
Good afternoon, Viren. Afternoon to all our viewers. Final 10 overs. What will Sri Lanka be looking with 6 wickets in hand? Interested at least another 50 to 60 runs. I'm looking at 230, 240 at least. Prathapat was there, probably a bit more. But at least 50 runs, 5 runs per over. They should be able to get it. It's a couple of senior players out there. But like you mentioned, Lakshya De Silva is crucial because she can hit the boundaries. And she's very quick between the wickets as well. And she's quite aggressive. And she can get going. And Sanjeevani has to give her that fuller support.
Premeditated lap sweep there by Sanjeevani. Yes, Ricky. There's no need to do anything extravagant. Play each ball on its merit. And if Sri Lanka gets to 230, 240, there'll be an imposing total. Especially considering the fact that Stephanie Taylor is off the field as well. West Indies' most reliable batter in this lineup.
Slightly short, but a strong offside field there for Joseph. Nobody deep. If she pierces the gap on that 30-yard circle, she could pick up a boundary. But yes, West Indies managing to crawl their way back, picking up regular wickets, just slowing down the run rate a bit.
Joseph has been consistently quite full in terms of a line, in terms of a length rather. At the end of the 41st, it's 184 for 4.
So there you go, those buildings have been quite consistent in their performance. A few big overs as well. But Sri Lanka managed to get 3-4 runs over quite regularly to keep and maintain that run rate. 16 extras now. After the first 25 overs, it was just 5 extras. Last 15, they considered about 11. But overall, I feel they've been much more disciplined in their effort.
Full toss in the offering by Lane. Lakshya De Silva still trying to get her timing right. 22 or 52. It will be important for her to slowly up the ante while Sanjeevani continues to settle in. Crucial passage of play here.
Lucky. Big inside edge. Aline has been consistent with the lines and lengths. Unable to pick up a wicket today. But probably I think she's been the best seamer for West Indies in this series, isn't it, Viren? She's bowled with much more control and has had some sort of impact on the Sri Lankan batters.
Yeah, she's varied her pace quite well. Kept the batters guessing. Quite deceptive in terms of her pace. She was the pick of the bowlers in that first ODI. Has been fairly economical throughout the series. Seems to be the plan to execute those Yorkers. And with just over 4 overs left of her spell, it'll be interesting to see whether she continues to bowl out from this end.
So they will be happy that they dried out the boundaries in this spell. That's what West Indies need. So keeping things quiet as you see, wicket to wicket. The Sri Lankan batters have to do something different if they're going to pick up those boundaries. It's not an easy surface as we see. Probably the ball coming onto the bat a bit more slow, so it's not easy for stroke making. It's not easy to just drive through the line. Just a single to end the over. 42 completed, 188 for 4.
See the breakdown of the innings. 151 dots in there. There has been sustained phases of play with applied pressure, but 17 boundaries and 2 sixes. Most at the hands of Chamari Atapattu, who missed out on being the sole play in 3rd place in the highest number of ODI centuries. That pecking order in women's cricket, behind Meg Lanning and Susie Bates.
So if you look at those names, Meg Lanning, Susie Bates, big names in international cricket, isn't it? And Chamari Atapattu next on that list. Another couple of runs. A good sweep shot by Sanjeevani. Very effective. Meg Lanning, Susie Bates. Susie Bates has been around for a long time as well. And they have been match winners for their respective countries. Whenever they have scored those hundreds, their country has gone on to win the game. Oh, that was close. Very close to that leg stump. She was walking across her stump, signal wide. She exposed the middle and leg stump. Very, very close indeed. Joseph will feel a touch unlucky with that call. Oh, that's well played. That's running down to the boundary. They'll come back for a couple of runs. So Sanjeevani trying to be a bit innovative.
When you can't play it down the line, it's best to bring out the reverse sweep. And yes, Sanjeevani relieving herself of some pressure. Previous delivery missed the leg stump by a whisker. And speaking about Chamari Atapattu, Ricky, I would say she's in English company because there are 4 players on 9 ODI centuries. Charlotte Edwards, Beaumont and Nat Skyver-Brunt. So the sole South Asian representative in the top 5.
so many records behind her name. That's well played. That's a beautifully timed by Nilakshi De Silva. Short delivery from Joseph waited on it. And off the bank foot. Important boundary. The boundaries were drying up for a bit. And like I mentioned, Nilakshi De Silva is a player that can accelerate. She has the shots. She's very good against spin. And her role is pivotal if Sri Lanka are going to make a 230 plus in this innings. So she's been expensive. Good over for Sri Lanka. They get 10 runs out of that one. 43 completed, 199 for 4.
Look at the batting card. Charma Ratapathu falling 9 runs short of what would have been her 10th ODI century and her first against the West Indies. Vishmi Gunaratne with a brilliant knock of 44. She'd feel rather hard done by because she has 2 40 plus scores in this series, only converted to a half century in the last game. Sri Lanka's most prolific batter in the series as the lane continues. Nilakshi De Silva finding her groove now. She's taken her time, been quite patient as the 200's up for Sri Lanka with 41 legitimate deliveries left.
So they'll be very happy to reach that milestone after being put into bat. Powerfully struck Sanjeevani. That was a good blow. It was in the slot and she intentionally took the aerial route. Clears the mid of a fielder with ease. So the boundaries are started once again to come. 2 boundaries now in these last 2 overs. Now that will worry the West Indians because boundaries in these last few overs is not going to help. It will further take the game away from them.
Powerfully struck, as you said, Ricky. Over mid-off. Sanjeevani on 21. She has a high score of 46 in ODI cricket. And this time over mid-on. Exquisite stroke play by Sanjeevani. 2 boundaries in quick succession.
So pleasing to the eye, Viren. It was up there, and once again taking on that mid-on fielder, taking on the aerial route, brilliantly struck. 50-run partnership as well between these 2, equally shared the strike, equal runs, and this is good to see the way Sanjeevani is batting. And right throughout the series, what the Sri Lankan batters have shown is consistency. Every batter that has got the opportunity has come out there and got runs. In the first 2 games, they hadn't much of opportunity. First game, yes, chasing 195, but the top 4 got those runs. Second game, just did 93. But even today, Nilakshi De Silva has got an opportunity. Sanjeevani has got her opportunity, and they have come out and perform, and that is good to see. This is what Sri Lanka cricket needs the others to bat around. Chamari Atapattu, and they're doing it successfully well.
9 runs off the over with a delivery to go. And over mid-off again. This is a batting masterclass by Sanjeevani at the death. When you have mid-on and mid-off up, you don't want to bowl too full. But Elaine was caught napping there, and Sanjeevani has struck thrice in that over.
I don't think they expected this from Sanjeevani. You know, the first boundary, but they didn't expect her to repeat this, and she's not been afraid to throw her hands. Soon as it's full, she backs herself to clear the 30-yard circle. And a very expensive over for West Indies. Pushing on the accelerator now with 6 overs to go. That's the 36 legal deliveries. 56 of 59 the partnership, 29 of 32 to Sanjeevani. Those runs have come in quick time, 29 of 57, much slower Nilakshi De Silva. But she's held the middle order together. And Sri Lanka now, in this last 6 overs, they'll be looking to get close to 250, I'll tell you, Viren.
And it's quite promising signs for Sri Lanka that Sanjeevani is taking the attack to the bowlers. We expected Nilakshi De Silva to be the aggressor at the death. But there's been a role reversal of sorts. And Nilakshi De Silva can just continue to keep rotating strike and allow Sanjeevani to continue on her merry way.
Yes, the confidence these players are showing is so pleasing. That kept a touch low. Nilakshi De Silva on the back foot, yes, certainly. Cornell the bowler. She's lucky that didn't trickle onto the stumps. So Campbell trying all the options. That was a good delivery, right in the block hole. Now that's what West Indies need. They need a lot more of that coming in to this final 5 overs.
And I won't be surprised if Cornell and Elaine continue to operate in tandem till the end. They both have a very good Yorker in their repertoire. Once again, foolish. And a half chance there for Cornell of her own bowling. West Indies would like the luck of the green to go their way. Tough chance of her own bowling off her follow through.
Those are never easy. Reaction time is very limited. You have to be very quick. She got her fingertips to that one. Good attempt. But a good bowling by Cornell. Changing a field around for that next delivery. Getting at the mid of long off field much straighter. Sanjeevani has decided she's going to go at everything. If it's in the slot, she's going to target the boundary. So a lot to do for West Indies here onwards in this in this remaining 5 overs. It's a containing period for them. How much they could keep Sri Lanka too, because they just cannot let the game get away. Dangerous times for West Indies.
They'll rue their missed opportunities. At one stage, Sri Lanka were pegged back from a position of strength. They were 93 without loss. Had 3 wickets falling in quick succession. They were 98 for 3, but the 4th and 5th wicket partnerships have, as you said, Ricky, taken the game away from the West Indies. Chamari, Nilakshi and Sanjeevani have been very prolific with their run scoring. Deft touch there by Nilakshi De Silva, finding the gap on the leg side. Brilliantly timed.
Yes, sir, she waited for that one. She saw the field in the 30-yard circle. And all she did was use the pace of the bowler. Just gliding it away off her hips. Good hands and a boundary to end what was, I thought, a good over from Cornell up till then. So 45 overs have been completed.
Very well played by Nilaksha De Silva. Playing with soft hands. As we see Nilaksha De Silva's wagon wheel, the spread quite prolific on both the leg side and off side. She's targeted that cover to mid-off region. Hasn't played across the V too much, just 4 runs in the V. As I said, very good afternoon, Paulinus.
Good afternoon, Viren, and good afternoon to all our viewers. Sri Lanka definitely in a commanding position at 218 for 4. The final 5 overs of the innings. And these two batters have been really looking for the runs. That's again nicely played by Nilaksha De Silva, joined down towards deep mid-off. They get 2 there, taking the score on to 220. 220 on the board, wherein Sri Lanka definitely might be wanting to look at 250 by the end of the 50th over.
Yes, Pointers, the runner ball from here will get them there. And you have that psychological edge as well when you post 250 on the board. Oh, Sanjeevan is showing us a full repertoire of strokes now. Judicious stroke play. Bacon gap in that fine leg region. That was a short fine leg who stood no chance. And Sanjeevan is going at over a runner ball, Pointers.
Yes, definitely. 36 coming out 35. That was more or less like a dill scoop. She played that one very well and get 4 more runs to her and 4 more runs to the total. Well, 93-run partnership for the first wicket between Vishvi Gunaratna and Chamari Athapathu. Then a couple of wickets fell, and then we had another 57 runs partnership between Nilaksha De Silva and Chamari Athapathu, and now another good partnership here. 68-run partnership between Nilaksha De Silva and Sanjeevani.
And that's the ideal template to post a daunting total in an ODI, Pointers. Yes, they were pegged back significantly. They lost 3 wickets within a span of 5 runs, but they didn't hit the panic stations. They realized what they had to do in terms of role fulfillment, and all 3 batters have been brilliant. And Nilaksha De Silva joins the party. If Sanjeevani can show her deft touches, so can Nilaksha. This is premeditation at its best. They have their eye in now, and that was brilliantly played.
Yes, definitely watching that ball very carefully into the bat, hitting it over the wicket-keeper's head. Both these 2 batters got shots of that caliber. 2 boundaries coming in this over.
As we say in modern day cricket, that's 2 360-degree batters out there, Paulinus. And that's a captain's nightmare if you're on the field. As we see fine leg being pushed back to deter Nilaksha from playing that stroke again. She'll find a gap on the offside.
Suddenly you see wherein the run rate has gone up to 5.01, and these 2 batters they were taking their time but watching the ball very carefully, and now just pushing on the pedal to get possible runs. So 250 must definitely be their target. 230 on the board now. That's a huge hit. Well, that's gone over the rope. That's gone over the rope. 6-2. Sanjeevani takes it on to 43.
18 runs off the over. Sanjeevani, 43 off 37. Usually a fairly defensive player, showing us that she can up the ante when required. Potentially a candidate for the shot of the day, Paulinus. Brilliant hit over mid-wicket. And she's closing in on what would be a first ODI half-century.
Well, the way she has played, she deserves that, Brian. She played really well. 43 coming off 37 deliveries. Got on to a slow start and well supported by Nilaksha De Silva. There you see the runs coming all around the ground for Sanjeevani. Definitely 43 runs on the board of 37 deliveries with 4 boundaries and a 6, a strike rate of 116. She definitely deserves that half century.
Yes, and a true testament of what I was saying earlier in terms of her being a 360-degree player. 19 runs in the V, 14 odd runs behind the wicket. She's been absolutely outstanding. Very, very promising signs for Sri Lankan cricket, Paulinus. You have finishers now coming to the fore. And it allows Nilakshi De Silva to just continue rotating strike while Sanjeevani takes the attack to the bowlers. Well disguised there by Connell. A well disguised slow delivery, taking Sanjeevani by surprise.
As you said, good signs for Sri Lanka cricket. Yes, add Harshita Samaravikrama, Harshini Pereira, all this, and Kamisha Dilhari into this lineup. Of course, Samaravikrama didn't get much today, but they are real batters who are quite capable of getting runs. So, very strong batting lineup for Sri Lanka. It's building up to be. And hopefully they qualify. Of course, tough task ahead of them. They got to win 3 of the 4 games remaining. Must be wanting to get the better of the West Indies in this game too. If they get 250, they have a very good chance of doing that. The run rate increasing ball by ball now. It's at 5.12.
Yes, a whitewash here for Sri Lanka would definitely help their cause in terms of automatic qualification for their final series in Ireland. Couple of wins there will guarantee them a spot in next year's World Cup in India. That's exactly what Ramesh Ratnakar, Charman Ratapatya and co would want. It would be a monumental feat for Sri Lankan cricket to seal automatic qualification for the marquee event. Straight down the leg side. Easy pickings for a single.
Yes, it's a leg by signal. Adding runs to the Sri Lankan total. 240 on the board. Sanjeevani on 44. De Silva on 41. Very, very good partnership here. 84 runs added by these two batters. And swept away nicely, but didn't get hold of it properly. But still they managed to get a single.
Yes, change the partnership to 85 in quick time. At the end of the 47th, it's 241 for 4. As we see the acceleration in the last 7 overs by both Nilakshi and Sanjeevani. It's been absolutely outstanding to see. They were well poised at 180 for 4 after 40 overs. They scored 61 runs in the last 7 overs. Paulinus going at a tad shy of 9 runs per over. And that is the ideal template at the death.
It's definitely the Sri Lankan innings. You see just 2 maiden overs. That's at the very start. Within the first 10 overs, from there onwards, runs have been coming right throughout. And they have accelerated now rightly towards the end of the innings. Just 3 overs remaining, 241 on the board. Now we got to revise the target. We're into about 270.
This is deft touch by Nilakshi De Silva. Be it on the offside or the leg side, it's premeditation and skill at its best. Now that was brilliantly played. She knew it would be difficult to lapse it on the leg side. So delicate change at the last minute. And Nilakshi De Silva gets another boundary in there. 4 runs shy of a brilliant half century.
Well, no doubt wherein both these two batters deserve their half centuries. Nilakshi De Silva started off very, very slowly, but now accelerating, hitting shot to shot for Sanjeevani, matching shot by shot. Wonderful bit of thinking also, getting a couple of dill scoops working together. Both these two batters getting the runs quite easily. 5.19 the run rate at the moment.
Yes, using the scoops quite well. Miscommunication at the crease. They wouldn't want this now. Both batters nearing what would be well-deserved half centuries. And as you said, Pointers, there's been a natural progression / aggression in Ilaksha De Silva's innings. Started off very slowly, got her eye in. But as you say, when you have value for your wicket, these are the rewards you reap. A direct hit there would have been quite close.
Yes, that's exactly value for the wicket, wherein you're quite right there. Got to put a value on your wicket, and that's a valiant attempt there for a catch, but couldn't get a hold on to it. Ilaksha De Silva gets another single, takes it on to 47, and the score to 246.
Good attempt there at mid-on by Afi Fletcher. Was brilliant with the ball. And Anushka Sanjeevan here has been outstanding. Going at over a runner ball with 5 boundaries. Showed us a judicious range of strokes. And once again, crisp timing by Sanjeevani. And once you're in there, once you feel like you're timing every delivery for us, it's a very good place to be for a batter.
Yes, it's a race on, and 250 is on the board, and a race on between the two batters. Who is going to reach the half century first? You hit a shot, I give it. I give the reply to that. That's the way they're batting. Beautiful batting.
I spoke about the importance of retaining wickets for the end, and it gives them a free license to take the attack to the bowlers. Ilaksha and Sanjeevani putting on a show here in Surya Weber with 14 legitimate deliveries left, 250 on the board already.
Sanjeevani getting her 14, 18, 41 deliveries. Now that's pitched outside this time. Outside the off stump. Very clear one. 5.23 the run rate. Sanjeevani on 48 or 42 deliveries. There you see pitched outside the off stump, hitting outside the off stump. No doubt about that. 48 to Sanjeevani, 47 to Ilaksha De Silva. Just a single delivery in this over. That's the 48th eighth over coming to an end. We'll have to wait and see whether she got an edge to it. That's a 4 more runs. Yes, it's off the bat, and Sanjeevani gets a half century, her first half century. She's on 52, and a wonderful partnership of 98 runs between these two batters, Ilaksha De Silva and Sanjeevani, Anushka Sanjeevani.
Yes, her maiden half century, very well deserved, and she got a bit of luck towards the end. That was well bowled by Elaine. But luck tends to go your way when you played this well, and Anushka Sanjeevani will be thrilled with her day's work. Came out there at the fall of Chamara Ratapattu's wicket. There was a mini collapse at the top. She steadied proceedings, and then in the final 10 overs, really upped the ante. It's 254 for 4 after 48. But the West Indies batters will be looking forward to the prospect of chasing this down as well, Paulinus. As we see a wagon wheel, this is 360 degrees batting at its best. Scampering back for the second. It was quite close at the bowler's end. But as I was saying, Paulinus, this seems to be the best batting strip we've had throughout the series. So if you're in the West Indies think tank, you'll be quietly confident about the prospect of chasing this down. A lot will depend on skipper Campbell, an experienced campaigner Stefani Taylor.
So that's the 100-run partnership, and 100 runs partnership coming in 84 deliveries, and that single brings Ilaksha De Silva's maiden half century. Well, really these two batters really deserve this half centuries. They put on 100 runs, 101 to be exact, 101 run partnership, and the Sri Lankan run rate going further up at 5.32.
Prolific batting by both Sanjeevani and Ilaksha De Silva. what's required at this stage of the innings. Both very experienced campaigners. A more even spread by Nilakshi, as I said earlier, got slow to get going. Did the needful by supporting Chamari, by anchoring that middle order, and now is reaping the rewards of all the hard work early on.
Yes, Viren, she was involved in two very valuable partnerships. First 57 with Chamari Athapathu and now 100-run partnership with Anushka Sanjeevani. There's 102 runs coming off 86 deliveries. Nilakshi De Silva's contribution being 50 and Anushka Sanjeevani 53. That's nicely played again down towards the squalic boundary there. 4 more runs. So Nilakshi De Silva takes her on to 54 and the Sri Lankan score goes on to 262.
When it rains, it pours, Paulinus. Boundaries aplenty for Sri Lanka. But yes, West Indies will rue those opportunities. In the middle overs, they applied a lot of pressure on the batters. Ram Harak and Afi Fletcher were brilliant bowling in tandem. They had an aggressor and a container bowling in tandem. But the Pacers haven't followed through at the death. And Nilakshi De Silva is taking the attack to the cleaners here. Taking the West Indian attack on towards the end. And Connell and co don't seem to have much in response.
Yes, that's a wonderful shot again. A slower delivery. She spotted that on well. Waited for it. Hit it over mid-wicket. That's a wonderful shot by Nilakshi De Silva. She moves on to 58. 266 for 4. Sanjeevani got 53 of 44 deliveries, but Nilakshi De Silva, the importance of her role is she supported Chamari Athapathu well in the early partnership, and now she started accelerating, and these two have put on 110 runs up to now.
And Paulinus, 86 runs in the last 8.5 overs. Going at nearly 10 runs per over is this pair at the death. If you want an ideal finish to an innings, you can't look any further than this. This is textbook death overs batting.
Yeah, we're in halfway through. We were thinking of a total of 220, 225. Now it's 266, and definitely it might go past 275 too. Just 7 deliveries remaining in this innings. Once again, Adil Scope going towards the boundary. 4 more runs to Nilakshi De Silva, takes her on to 62. And the score moves on to 270. Wonderful batting, isn't it, Viren?
Late scoop there by De Silva over the keeper. Once again, a vacant fine leg region. 360-degree batting at its finest. A.B. de Villiers would be impressed. And that's 270 on the board. Exactly 90 runs in the last 9 overs. Going at 10 runs per over is this pair at the death. And with an over to go, Sri Lanka very, very well poised here. 34s, 3 sixers, 138 runs coming off boundaries for Sri Lanka in this innings. It's been absolutely brilliant to watch.
Yes, Viren, you got the correct name, A.B. de Villiers, no doubt about it. Batting the way A.B. de Villiers batting. That's nicely hit again this time. You see the replays, some of the replays of shots they have played. Beautiful batting. Sanjeevani De Silva on a 50. 50 coming off for 44 deliveries. Wonderful shots played all around the wicket. One more over to go, the last final over of this innings. That's the shot, they got a 50, taking edge.
And the last over, I said that the Pacers weren't doing the trick for the West Indies, but it's always a risk bringing on a spinner for the final over. It's basically 5 free hits in the offering for Nilakshi De Silva and Sanjeevani now with 6 wickets. in the tank. Well flighted by Joseph. Good cricket all round, well flighted, scampering through for a single and a direct hit. She seemed to be comfortably in. As I said earlier, Ram Harak and Afi Fletcher were the pick of the bowlers for the West Indies. And Sri Lanka's spinners will be quite crucial on this deck pointers. If the West Indies batters can get a grip of proceedings and handle the spinners with ease, it should be a very, very interesting run chase.
It's definitely 275 is on the cards. Might be going a little more than that. Nilakshi De Silva on 63, Anusha Sanjeevani on 55. Run rate at the moment is 5.52. Coming down the wicket and hitting it right over.
Lightning strikes twice for Sri Lanka. We saw a run out at the non-strikers end earlier, and this was timed to perfection. But Joseph managed to get a finger on it, and Sanjeevani has to walk off. Quite unfortunate. Yes, caught in no man's land there is Sanjeevani. Disappointing way to go. But the West Indies will take it. Good anticipation there by Joseph. And the fall of the 5th wicket with 2 deliveries to go. It's 273 for 5. And that's another scalp for Joseph. Back-to-back scalps. Sri Lanka looking to take the attack to the bowlers, but Nilakshi De Silva walks off. Flighted, a slow one. Deceived by the lack of pace. And Joseph, the caught and bowled. Nilakshi De Silva walks off for a brilliantly played 63. A knock to savour with a delivery to go as Sachin Sansala makes her way out to the centre. An innings well received by the Sri Lankan camp. Looking for the big heave on the leg side. They look to scamper back for the second. And they do so with ease. There was good running there at the end. And they get to that 275 mark pointers.
It's 275 for 6 Sri Lanka. After the end of their 50th over, Sansala, the last batsman, not out on 2, and also the Ranasinghe unbeaten on not. So 275 for 6 Sri Lanka, end of 50 overs, and it will be Kosala Suresh Chandra to take over.
Thanks, Polly. Tremendous effort at the end. 275 for 6. Sansala and just doing the finishing touches, but it's been a good all-round batting effort from Sri Lanka that have taken them to somewhat a very respectable total. The West Indian men will have to bat their hearts out if they are to. So this is the Sri Lankan batting card. Gunratna and Athapathu at the top look very good. And then De Silva and Sanjeevani both getting in with 2 half centuries to make sure that they made 275 for 6 at their 50 overs. And in the bowling, 2 wickets for Ramrak, 1 apiece for Joseph and Fletcher, but I thought Fletcher looked very good.
apart from that, Cornell Henry just couldn't keep the runs under control. So the Sri Lankan women were put into bat. Sanjeevani and Athapattu started things off. Sanjeevani pretty much more the attacker in the innings rather than Athapattu, who got off to a quiet start. But anything that was loose, Athapattu was severe. There you go, that was the first 6 of the innings. Sanjeevan, or rather, Gunaratna. Then Athapattu got into her stride to make sure that Sri Lanka got off to a fly. A very good partnership of over 90 runs. It was a good catch. Wrist miss, Vishmi, and then 2 quick wickets fell, but Athapattu just kept things going from one end. Completed another half century. She was very severe on anything on the leg stump and short. She favoured going towards that square leg area. And finally, misread one from Fletcher to get a demise. But then it was De Silva and Sanjeevani who came up with another very good partnership. West Indian fielding didn't live up to standards on this occasion. And De Silva and Sanjeevani just kept capitalizing on anything that was offered to them and made sure that Sri Lankan batters kept the scoreboard ticking at all time. At one time, it somewhat looked like a 225. Sri Lanka will manage to go beyond. You can see a few lusty blows from De Silva and Sanjeevani at the end of the Sri Lankan innings. Saw Sanjeevani complete another half century. Very innovative shots also, and that was unfortunate dismissal. And then just at the end of the innings, Sadibari. So the West Indian women need 276 to win from their allotted 50 overs at 5.50. We're going to take a break and we'll be back with the Windies run chase. Good afternoon and welcome. We're live from the Suryawewa International Cricket Stadium in Hambantota. It is the West Indies women taking on the Sri Lankan women here at Suryawewa. Sri Lanka batting first, made 275, so the target for the Windies is 276 from the allotted 50 overs. They have to start at a run rate of 5.52. Last minute huddle from the Sri Lankan women before they get into centre stage. As you say, good afternoon to Polly.
Good afternoon, Kosla. Definitely the Sri Lankans who put into bat got up to 275. Chambri Atapato top scoring with 91. Vishwi Gunaratna getting 44, and late 50s coming from Nilakshi De Silva 63 and Anushka Sanjeevani getting 55, taking the Sri Lankan score out to 275. So West Indies need 276 to win this game. That's going to be a tall order for the West Indies. But they capable batters with them, they can get through to it.
Yeah, looking at the past form and how the batters have gone about in this series, it just looks a little bit hard for the Windies batters, but this looks a good batting surface, Polly, and that was the concern. That was the reason why the Windies opted to bowl first. They felt that the wicket will stay good, but we saw that there was some grip and turn on occasions. Fletcher got some turn and purchase of the wicket. Ramrak also did the same. The Windies didn't really have the additional spinner or the third spinner who could really put the brakes on the Sri Lankan batters, and that's why the Sri Lankans capitalized on that. But it's a totally different Sri Lankan bowling outfit. They got 3 to 4 spinners who can really work their way through this surface. Williams is the batter. Rashada Williams, she made 24 in the second game. And she has been partnered by Cheddar Nation. Now she's been promoted in the batting order. She batted at, I think, number 5 or 6. It's not because it's a start by the Sri Lankan left arm Rashada Williams. Strike rate and average definitely needs to improve into her early days of the career. Prabodhini starts proceedings for the Sri Lankan women. Interesting call, isn't it? Nation been asked to open the batting.
Yes, sir, you're right, Kosala. Nation batted at number 5 in the previous game. The IC Nation's figures 61 innings, 905 runs, high score being 51, 16.76 an average, a strike rate of 39.20.
Now, you would feel that Nation's promotion is because they need runs at the top, but looking at her strike rate, that doesn't justify that she's a big basher.
The normal opening batsman, Healy Matthews, the captain. She's unwell and been told that she might be able to play the T20 games, but then they brought in Shakiba Gajnabi in the previous game, but she didn't do anything much, and now given a promotion to Chedi Nation. So Williams on strike. Opening the attack for the Sri Lankans. Bowled pretty well in the previous game. She bowled 7 overs, giving away 25 runs in the first game. And in the second game, she bowled 5 overs and gave away just 5 runs.
Sanjeevani is standing up to the stumps from ball number 1. Just indicates the pace of this surface. And Prabodhini, just gentle medium pace. She will bowl a wicket-to-wicket line, not offer much width to the batters. keep it very straight. There's a fair amount of bounds. A maiden to start proceedings for the Sri Lankans. It's none for none.
West Indies still to open their account. 1 over gone, a maiden over bowled by Prabodhini. She's bowling good, very tight line and length. Kosala might definitely might be wanting to have some wickets in her bag. See to get a wicket in this series. Kavindi making the team in this game. She's been brought in. She made his way into the team in place of Achini Kulasurya, who bowled really well in the previous game. Kavindi bowling to a field of a slip. There is a third man right on the boundary. Cover an extra cover that goes down towards the third man region and gets a single. So Nation is off the mark. So with the West Indian total, 1 run on the board.
A little bit of width offered by Kavya Kavindi. Kavya Kavindi is also a player who's been in and out of the Sri Lankan playing 11. Hasn't been really able to secure her place in the side. Will want to have a good outing here today. Windies would want to try and finish things off with a win, but it's a tall ask for them, considering how they battered in this. I hope Taylor is all right. We saw her come back onto the field, so that she's be okay. A little bit of movement there for Kavya Kavindi. They go into a T20 tournament, T20 series after this, at the same venue, which starts on the 24th. This time Williams advances, but still no run. Now this is frustrating for Williams. She's faced 9 deliveries and yet to get a run.
Yes, definitely the West Indians might be wanting a very good start from these two batters. Like the Sri Lankans, they got off to a flyer by Vishnu Gunaratne and Chamari Atapattu. What was interesting to see is Kosala, how the Sri Lankan batters paced their innings. They batted very well, understand each other. That's what was needed when Chamari was looking for the runs. Nilakshi De Silva was quite happy to be just hanging around there, providing the support to Chamari Atapattu. But once Chamari Atapattu left, it was pure hitting by Nilakshi De Silva and Anushka Sanjeevani. The Sri Lankans go up to 275. So the West Indies too need a good start. So 2 overs gone, it's 1 without loss.
So this is how it's planned out, the West Indies Women's Tour. They're here with the third ODI. Sri Lanka winning the first two ODIs. The T20s start on the 24th, 26th and the 28th. All of them are day games at the same venue. Now, this is frustration on the Windies. We've had 13 deliveries with just a single, and 11 of them from Williams, yet to get off the mark.
And the target also 276 to win this game. It's tall order, no doubt. That's nicely played, wide of the slip position. He gets a single. So Nation moves on to 2, and the West Indian total also on to 2. Williams still to open an account.
Outside edge, just wide of the lone slip. This time Williams slaps that one, but still no run. Sanjeevani standing up to the stumps, just giving an indication that Prabodhini is not generating much pace. And also the wicket not really coming on. Look at that. This time Williams finally manages to beat the infield. So that, if you take a look at that ball, Polly, I thought that kept fraction low.
Well, one other reason for Sanjeevani to stand up is with this pace of Prabodhini Kosala, the batters might want to bat a little bit outside the crease. So Sanjeevani is forcing them to bat in the crease, and she's standing up. That's a good bit of thinking by Sanjeevani, I would say.
Yeah, good ploy. But I would still like a slip or a gully to come in, because Prabodhini has been getting it away from the right-hander. We've seen a couple of runs going in that region. A dot ball will end over number 3. Windies are 4 for none. So this is what they're all playing for. A place in next year's World Cup in India. Sri Lanka lying 6th currently, and the Windies are 8th. This is a good start. This is a good start from the Sri Lankan women. The bowling on good areas, wicket to wicket, not trying to do anything fancy. Both of them are not express pace. They will just keep it in that area.
Yes, definitely good bowling by these two bowlers, keeping it on the spot, not allowing any room for the batters. That's a bit of outside the off-stump, a little bit of width given, but Nation misses it completely. There was a bit of movement also. Kawindi bowling a second over. That's a fuller delivery again, this time by Kawindi. Nation didn't get hold of it. Williams facing 14 deliveries for just 1 run. Nation 7 for 3. West Indies needing a further 272 runs to win this game in 46.3 overs. A loud appeal, but definitely too high.
And also would have been missing leg There you go. Definitely needed another set of stumps. Polly. And also, as you said, the height. This is good stuff. Both Kavindi and Prabodhini have been excellent. 4-dot balls. And make it the 5th.
They're not allowing the batters any width to try to swing their arms. Just bowling good wicket-to-wicket bowling by these two bowlers. Required run rate going up to 5.89. They started at 5.52. Kavya Kavindi, the final delivery. So that's the end of that over. 4 overs gone. It's 4 for no loss. And a maiden over by Kavya Kavindi.
So this is the 5th wicket partnership between Sanjeevani and Nilakshi De Silva, which was 119. And in fact, it's the second highest 5th wicket partnership for Sri Lankan women in all ODIs. The best being 170 odd. That was also Nilakshi De Silva was involved in that with Chamariata Pattu in South Africa. And it's the 7th highest in women's international ODI cricket overall. So credit to the Sri Lankan batters.
And that's a wicket gone there. So Prabodhini gets the first breakthrough. Williams caught behind. So West Indies losing their first wicket at 4.
So the pressure that the bowlers are building comes to and there you go, outside edge, good take by Sanjeevani, and she's definitely having a good game today. And Rashada Williams departs for 1. Windies are 4 for 1. So the skipper, Campbell, is the new batter in. And she's here because of this. It's a good take. Pressure on the Windy. This is Campbell. Over 1,500 runs, almost 100 innings. Strike rate is good, but the average needs to improve. Given the burden of leading the side in the absence of the regular skipper, Hayley Matthews, hope the talks that she might be available for the T20 series. Good stuff. Prabodhini is on the ball at the moment. 5 dot balls and a wicket in this over. Can she finish off a wicket maiden for Sri Lanka women? And that's exactly what happens. 2 maidens on the trot for the Sri Lanka women. The Windies are in a bit of a bother. They're 4 for 1.
Looking at the West Indies scorecard, there's nothing much to speak of. Nation on 3, Campbell just joining in. Sri Lanka done everything right, set things up really nicely, scoring 275, a challenging total, and 2 opening bowlers started off fantastically well. As I welcome Ricky once again on commentary.
Yes, afternoon, Dhammika. Early wicket for Sri Lanka. That's what West Indies didn't want. Unfortunately, they've lost one. And these 2 players are experienced players. Nation has been around for a while, though her statistics doesn't really show a lot. But I'm sure she's a very capable player, experienced now. And Campbell, the skipper, they have to put up a partnership. They have to take their time. I think they have to take a cue from how Sri Lanka batted. You know, Chamari Athapattu took a time to settle into the innings. So did Nilakshi De Silva. So that's what they need to do. Just get the 1s and 2s. Try and build up a partnership. Set a platform for the likes of Stefanie Taylor and the others to follow.
As we've spoken about it, this is sort of a track you need to settle yourself in. Spend some time. Later on, things will eventually become easier. Good delivery, loud shout, and given. Lauren Aganbag thought for a moment, and Sri Lanka strikes once again. Kavindi comes in for the first time in this series, picks up a wicket. Outstanding piece of bowling.
Well, another close one. My initial reaction, did that hit the back leg or the front leg, Dhammika? That we'll have to wait and see. Maybe we'll have to take another look at one. Umpire Lauren Aganberg took her time and decided that would have gone on to hit the stumps. Shemaine Campbell, this is a prize wicket, a big one for Kavindi. It's 5 for 2.
As we're looking at the figures of Campbell, she's someone who went on to score a century for West Indies, and she needed to repeat that today, but Kavindi striking. Experienced Stefanie Taylor comes in at number 4 with huge responsibility well on her shoulders. Now West Indies will have to settle things down. Bit of a turmoil at the moment. They know for a fact outstanding figures, average 43.32, 7 centuries and 41 50s, 160 matches, truckload of experience. And today Stefanie Taylor will have to deliver if West Indies to have any chance of make this game a competitive one.
Indeed, their best batter in this side now with Hayley Matthews not playing. Stefanie Taylor, can she use all her experience? She has to play an innings like what Chamari Athapattu did for Sri Lanka. Starts off in excellent fashion. Beautifully timed through that cover region. Easy pickings for Stefanie Taylor. Standing tall, using her height really well to get that into the gap. That's a good way to start off the innings. There's a lot of repair work to be done by this pair. But the Kavindi, Achini Kulasuri was bowling brilliantly. She was outstanding in the first 2 games, rested for this game. And Kavindi comes in and she's done a superb job. Young in age, still lacking in experience. But she's been very disciplined with the ball in this power play.
And also from the team's perspective, when you've been given a chance, and this is how the previous wicket fell. Pitched in line with stumps, probably would have gone on to brush the leg stump. Captain Campbell has to depart.
So she had to consider a lot of things. Did that pitch in line? And was it hitting in line? Well, that again could have gone either way. Probably an umpire's call.
if it was there anything at all. But yes, Campbell was disappointed. 6 overs completed, 10 for 2.
After 6, West Indies 2 lost, and they needed a fantastic start to chase 276 runs. Now they will have to fight hard. Shedding Nation, very capable striker. Taylor starting off with a boundary, always good to see.
Well, nevertheless, 2 wickets for Sri Lanka in 2 overs. Prabodhini and Kavindi striking early. The West Indies batting hasn't clicked at all in this series so far. In the first game, we saw they started off things well, if you remember. 30-odd to Haley Matthews and Campbell put on a partnership, and they sort of showed what they're capable of. But since that partnership, they really haven't got going, isn't it? Their batting has just gone from bad to worse. And without Haley Matthews in the side, I mean, those are big boots to fill, and West Indies have really struggled.
They started off competitively, 195 runs, make things work for their bowlers. They fought hard, but in particular, second game, they were down and out. There were no real competition between two teams. Once again, Prabodhini, clever operator. Not the quickest, but very sharp. Always there and thereabout. 1 for 3 of 3.3. Experienced campaign, of course, we all know that. Fuller, driven straight to Atapattu.
Yes, she's looking good, I'll tell you. Stephanie Taylor, from the word go, she's timing the ball well. She's looking to play her shots. I think she's come out there with a purpose. She hasn't been able to deliver with the bat in this series. So I think she wants to end it on a high. And they have a lot to prove, West Indies, as a team, and Stephanie Taylor as an individual, because she's a high quality player. She would like to show what she's capable of.
There aren't too many players averaging plus 40 in international women's cricket. A dot ball, another maiden. Fantastic bowling by Prabodhini. 7 done. 10 for 2. Looking at the equation, 6.19 runs per over required. 8 wickets in hand. West Indies in a spot of bother. Stephanie Taylor will have to rise to the occasion. We all know she is very capable. Kavindi, little leg stumpish on that occasion. Chamari got the chase on, just a single. Sri Lanka outstanding in the field. Apart from that drop catch, fielding exceptionally good.
Yeah, they have been on the money, Sri Lanka, right throughout this series. Their catching has been good. Their ground fielding has been good. No! Once again, sometimes you could see some urgency in Stephanie Taylor where she's batting. Now she's looking to commit herself onto the front foot, looking to show that she's there to look for runs. So this is good for West Indies as long as she bats as long as possible. I mean, if West Indies are going to chase down this target, they need a big innings from Stephanie Taylor. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely. Another good delivery in line with off stump. Push, a gentle one. Midway through, we thought score of around 230 for Sri Lanka would be a very competitive one, but two batters, De Silva, Atapattu, and later on together with Nisansala built a fantastic partnership. Just a moment ago, as Kosala mentioned, 7th best partnership overall. Oh, that's a nice piece of bowling by Kavindi, little bit of bounce.
There's an extra bounce in that. Stephanie Taylor, she decided she's going to leave it alone. At the last moment, she thought, I will sort of steer that into that gap between slip and gully. Risky shot. But Kavindi certainly running in hard. Well bowled, beautifully bowled. She's targeting the stumps.
What's very pleasing to see from the spectators' perspective, whenever Sri Lanka are given a chance for someone to come into the side, they've done very well. Sugandhika got a chance in the second one day in place of experienced Ranavira. Got 3 wickets, bowled outstandingly well. That's another good delivery, straight to the fielder for no run. Another fantastic over by Kavindi. 8 overs done. West Indies still 11 for 2. Looking at the Worms, Sri Lanka dominating the proceedings. West Indies lost 2 wickets. At this juncture, Sri Lanka was piling runs. Fantastic opening wicket stand between Gunaratne and Atapattu. Atapattu's knock today, a classic example on how to build your innings. Very patient at the top. Outside edge, straight to third man region, just a single. It's been hard for West Indies to penetrate the gaps.
Yes, for me what was more impressive was Nilakshi De Silva's and Sanjeevani's batting towards the end, because we have seen Atapattu do that over and over in a career, but those two come in, how they consolidated their innings, and in the last 5 to 6 overs, how they accelerated was great to watch. And the impressive stroke play, I mean they were innovative, playing those paddle sweeps, reverse sweeps, whatever you may call it in modern day cricket. That was so much thrilling to watch from the Sri Lankan women towards the end. And due credit to them, how innings that looked to be around 230, 240 was propelled up to 270 plus. I mean that was unexpected and high quality cricket.
One more dot ball, Sri Lanka. Dot ball after dot ball, building pressure. It goes to show, if you're settled in, things becomes easier and you can pretty much do whatever you want to do. That's exactly what Nilakshi and De Silva does.
Yes, sir, the length here from Prabodhini is perfect. She's not letting Stephanie Taylor come onto the front foot. Neither is she dropping anything short. You see, beauty, another beautiful delivery. That missed everything. Missed the bat, missed the stumps, and even the wicket keeper's gloves. A beautiful delivery. You could see that length. It's the awkward length. It's neither here or there. And Stephanie Taylor is struggling to get it away. Yes, was there an outside edge? Dhammika very close to the bat.
Oh, this is outstanding. Left arm seam bowling by Prabodhini. Gives nothing away. I thought, going by the reaction of the wicket keeper, probably there was an edge. So Sri Lanka
Prabodhini, a very experienced campaigner, gives it a haul when she's on the field. I mean, it was India, isn't it? You cannot doubt the commitment of Prabodhini. 200% always on the field. 9 overs completed, 12 for 2.
Alara mentioned the partnership between De Silva and someone else. It should be Anushka Sanjeevani and De Silva. I said Nilakshi and De Silva. Correction. West Indies, things getting tougher and tougher. 2 opening bowlers so far sticking to the task.
Trying to use her feet to stop that one. Trying a little bit of soccer skills. Was that the captain? I think it was. 4 runs to Nation. That was a powerfully struck. This time she got the length. That foolish delivery she was looking for.
I think it was Vishmi Gunaratne.
Yes, she knew she can't reach it. So she tried to put in a bit of a boot, but unfortunately could not stop that one. World Cup boundary.
Not too many loose stuff on offer, but on that occasion Nation took the advantage. Another one firmly driven. Good piece of fielding, nevertheless. Good cricket all around, Ricky. In line with the stump, firmly driven. 2 batters going for a single. Good piece of fielding.
Certainly, this partnership has to go from strength to strength. They need these 2 players to build a platform.
This time outside the leg stump, a wide quite clearly. Right throughout this series and in international cricket in general, we've seen when the partnership is blossoming, fielding team obviously under pressure. There you go once again. Going for an in-swinger. Didn't work for the first time, driving down the leg side.
We have an India versus South Africa series played in India as well. India dominating at the moment. Playing well, winning that first couple of games, if I'm right. So a lot of women's cricket played these days around the world.
Ricky, if I'm not mistaken, the gap was just 4 runs between India and South Africa. The first one day, India won the game. 2 centurions from India, 2 centurions from South Africa. Ricky is referring to the second.
I think that one probably was the second one, isn't it? I thought the first one was by a big margin for India. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Yes, another couple of runs to Taylor.
Sri Lanka now adopted a fielder down in the deep sweeper cover. Given an opportunity to carve in the 2 ball outside the off stump. Smart move. Taylor can be a dangerous proposition. Someone averaging 40 plus. Always is. Let that one go. Fair delivery. Stephanie Taylor looking at the umpire with the hope of umpire Aganbak would call that one a wide, not to be. Under the circumstances, a good over for West Indies. Eight runs off so far, the best over so far for West Indies. Fantastic bowling, little dab and a single. Sri Lanka dominating the proceedings after 10-21 for 2 West Indies.
great start for Sri Lanka in the first power play of this run chase. West Indies 21 for 2 with their stalwart Stefani Taylor at the crease. Good afternoon once again, Kosala.
Afternoon, Viren. Suprabodhini 1 for 4 from 5 overs. Look at the comparison. Sri Lanka were 48 for none. The Indies have been 21 for 2. Now Taylor and Nation need to really bat their heart outs. Because the other factor that they will have to keep in mind, Viren, is that run rate, that required run rate. How high that creep. Let's take a look at this one again. They ran the first one quickly. Because at the moment it's above 6 runs. So they have to have that in mind as well.
They want to take a leaf out of South Africa's books in that run chase yesterday against India, chasing 325. They fell just short with 2 centurions. It was a record game because there were 4 centuries in the ODI yesterday, the most in a women's ODI. But yes, Kosala, they can't afford to let that run rate creep up towards the 7 runs per over mark anytime soon.
Prabodhani has been very good. She's consistently been on a line, a good length. Definitely not given anything on offer to the Windies batters.
Brilliant bowling with the new ball by Prabodhani. 1 for 6, nearing the end of her 6th over. An ideal start.
Another dot ball. It will mark the end of the 11th over. There you go. That's might be a pleasant sight for the Windies because we're seeing in picture the regular captain, Hayley Matthews, coming in after recovery, been sick, so hopefully she'll be fit and ready to go for the T20 series.
Yes, a big miss for the West Indies. Their batting tends to rely on Stefani Taylor and Hayley Matthews. They whitewash Pakistan in Pakistan courtesy of some brilliant individual performances with the bat from their 2 most experienced campaigners. But yes, of course, when you were there earlier, you spoke about this promotion for Shadi Nation. Uncharted territory for her. A naturally aggressive batsman, she'd have to up the ante now.
And that's exactly what she does. Slashes outside, slashes hard. She will get a boundary. This is what the Windies need. They need to make a move on without a doubt. And that will be a welcome boundary. Now the other interesting thing, Viren, is that we are into the 12th over and Atapat is still going with the 2 opening bowlers.
Yes, and we've got a whole plethora of spinners to bring into the attack. A slash outside off stump. And Shadi Nation looks to be on the attack. Couldn't clear the inner ring. Once Stefani Taylor gets set at the other end, I won't be surprised if Shadi Nation looks to counter-attack in this next passage of play. They're behind the 8 ball. And it's crucial to keep abreast with the required run rate.
The sun has gone hiding at the moment. But no real threat of any dark clouds, but it just got very shady for the players. That came off the sweet spot of the bat, but only a single. Just can see now that Kavya Kavindi might be tiring in. She's into her 6th over, 1 for 22. It's been decent. But Prabodhini has been the pick for me so far. This one running with the shot. It's been a good over for the Windies. We've had 6 runs been taken off it so far.
It's exactly what they needed. They don't need to take any undue risks now. We've seen Charmari do this throughout this series. She's not been afraid to give her bowlers marathon spells early on, especially when they've had the upper hand of the West Indies top order. As the sun breaks out, and another boundary for Shadi Nation off the glove. That was a short delivery that Shadi Nation looked to get on top of, but it took a deflection to a vacant fine leg region.
There you go. Intent was good. Didn't go where she intended, but that will nevertheless be a boundary to the Windies total. They now moved into 33 rather. Last ball of the over. The most expensive one. A single to end that over. 11 runs coming off Kavindi's 6th. It's 34 for 2.
West Indies will want those 2 worms to converge sooner rather than later. There's suddenly an upward trajectory in the red worm. We see that acceleration by Sri Lanka in the final 10 overs, going at over 9 runs per over. Some much needed impetus to that innings. And Kosala, the Pacers bowling in tandem. Time has elapsed for them as Dasanayaka is brought into the attack. Short and wide, easy pickings for Shadi Nation. Making hay whilst the sun shines.
Yeah, poor shot, poor delivery rather, and a good shot. Earns Nation a boundary. Best of starts for Dasanayaka. There you go. That's better. Let's pick up a single. Good running. In fact, we'll come back for 2. In fact, the boundary was very well placed. At one time, I thought it was just a gentle push. Back-to-back boundaries for Nation.
Exquisitely timed, and I was also taken aback, Kosala. That seemed like a very unconventional field setting on the offside, a very wide-ish mid-off. A conventional mid-off would have gotten to it with ease, but that was well placed. I think I'll stop referring to the weather just as I wanted the sun to shine. It's suddenly become a tad overcast.
Four boundaries now. Within a period of 7 balls, 4 Nation. Into the 40s. Not the best of start for Dasanayaka. Again. very well directed. So Nation battling it along for her nation.
So what you did there, Kosala, top-notch stuff. The pun game is on point.
And also, another fact that is very interesting is that the West Indies, women's or the men's team, goes in for a quick single. This is good stuff. Bringing up the anxiety now to pick up runs. They play as West Indies only in the game of cricket. If you take the others, if you take any other sport that they do, in terms of soccer, athletics, they come in as either Guyana or Jamaica or any other thing. So that's very interesting, isn't it?
Yes, and the rivalry across islands, Trinidad and Tobago, home of the great Brian Charles Lara, Dwayne Bravo, etc. Jamaica, the Windward Islands, St. Lucia. But when it comes to cricket, it's all about rallying around the West Indies. And Shadi Nation is uniting the Caribbean at the minute. 34 off 26. Taking it up a notch. And that's 14 runs off the over. A very expensive start to Dasanayaka's spell. Short and wide once again. You can't afford to give her much width. And at the end of the 13th, it's 48 for 2.
Batting card. Nation, the lone contributor at the moment with 34. 12 to Taylor. Changing the bowling. Ranasinghe. Oshadi Ranasinghe. Playing a first game of the series. The economic rate is almost around the 6-run mark. That's a good delivery.
Taylor injured herself while fielding, but
has recovered.
Just missed the outside edge by a whisker. Ranasinghe. As his partnership continues to blossom. That was very, very close. Well negotiated by Taylor. And just wrapping up our discussion on the West Indies. Kosala, it's 15 islands that form this composite side. Way back in 2016, they had their most glorious year when the under-19 team, the women's team, and the men's side won World Cups, with the women's and men's side clinching the T20 World Cup in India.
End of the over. 48 for 2 at the end of 14. So Nation, no runs on the onside, square of the wicket, which has been good. Square of the wicket on the offside and straight down the ground.
Yes, very prolific, straight down the ground. 12 runs in the V. And with Shadeen playing a counter-attacking knock, it allows Stephanie Taylor to get some rhythm out there. She's been in dire need of getting some form in this series. Dasanayake would be vying a decent comeback in this second over. It was very, very expensive in her opening one.
Also, the runner singer picked things back after expensive over by bowling a maiden. Now, Dasanayake needs to do justice to that. She went for 14 in her previous over. Decent crowd in. Again, with on offer. Ease protection down in the deep. The Windies would more favour the more shorter version of the game, especially they will be a big threat in the T20 format. As you said, they're winning it in 2016. Obviously the men's, of course, you can't remember the name, was the famous one. And Carlos Brathwaite came into the party against Ben Stokes.
And Sri Lankan fans won't have fond memories of what transpired in 2012 either, when Marlon Samuels clinched the title for West Indies at the R. Premadasa Stadium as the 50 is up for the West Indies.
This has been much better from Dasanayake, just 2 runs of the over. But Nation, 35 from 28. He's been there now to see the ball pretty well. Better. Getting the play on the front foot rather than the back foot. So obviously even a full toss is a better delivery than a short ball.
Exactly, yes. Well said. Very well bowled by Dasanayake. Much better over here. And just a stat for our Sri Lankan viewers. The last time Sri Lanka whitewashed a side in ODIs was the West Indies in a 6-match series back in 2002.
Oh, that's poor. You normally want to do your own fielding when you're bowling. A run off the last ball, 15 completed. It's 51 for 2.
West Indies 51 for 2. This a certain type of recovery. They were 2 down for 5 runs on the board, and these 2 batters have put on a good partnership up to now. Partnership, but still they need another 225 to win this game in 35 overs. A long ask for the West Indies. Taylor is on 13, the Nation on 36. Nation has been getting a couple of boundaries in the previous 2 overs. So say good evening to Ricky Sims, who joined me in the box.
Good evening, Paulinus. When Stefanie Taylor came out to bat, she looked to be the one that is going to be aggressive. But since then, since I was here last year in the last 5 overs, it has been Nation that has taken over the aggressive style of batting and has propelled the West Indies to this score now 51 for 2. They're going at a good rate. She's looked to be very positive. This is the best that she has played so far in this series. She needs to continue for West Indies' sake if they're going to chase down this target now. As they're built and they've done all the hard work, they must not give it away. They need to be batting as long as possible. Surface looks good for batting. Oshadi Ranasinghe, well experienced, playing the first game of the series, but has played a lot of cricket for Sri Lanka over the last few years.
So that's another maiden from her. 2 overs, 2 maidens for Oshadi Ranasinghe. 16 gone, it's 51 for 2.
So that's the aerial view of this square, the pitches where the games are being played. There is around 10 available surfaces out there that could be prepared. Prabodhini outstanding. Just an economy rate of just 1. Look at that, 6 overs, 6 runs. Kavindi went for 28 but got that early wicket. Dasanayake surprisingly has been expensive. She was the star with the ball in that very first game Sri Lanka played. Susandika Kumari Dasanayake. It's the skipper. So she needs to stem this flow of runs. Brought herself on.
32 wickets to her name. Chamari Atpato. I heard Viren and Khosla were talking about the islands. Forgot to mention both these 2 girls, but at the wickets are from Jamaica.
We have a Jamaican pair in the center. I'm sure they know each other's game really well.
So nicely played by Nation. They're getting those singles quite easily too, Ricky. Running between the wickets quite fast between these 2 batters.
Every game and every opportunity in this tour to Sri Lanka helps the West Indies. One thing, of course, it's for the ICC championship and points, but the other thing is for the preparation for the upcoming T20 World Cup held in Bangladesh. They'll get similar conditions in Bangladesh as well, weather conditions, surfaces. So all the practice they get, all the experience they gather from this tour, whether it's the limited over, the 50 over format or the T20 format, is going to be priceless. 2 shot, but dropped. It was there, it was asked to be hit. Nation gave it everything, but straight towards that fielder. It's a Sachini Nisansala who is out there at mid-wicket. That was that quicker, medium-paced delivery. It was a difficult one. It was a difficult one. It was above her head. She had to leave the ground to get a hand on that one. Did so, but just could not hang on. That would have been a very good catch, Paulinus.
Yes, that was a great effort by Nissan Salah. Gain of the back foot and pushed it on the offside. That's the end of that over. So it's 17 gone. West Indies 55 for 2.
Excellent partnership of just 69 deliveries, 50 run, and 38 of 39 for Chilean Nation. So she's the one that has dominated this innings, and Taylor has played the anchor role similar to what Vishmi Gunaratne and Chamari Atapattu did. Chamari Atapattu generally is the aggressive player, but she let Vishmi Gunaratne go on, and Chamari Atapattu decided she's going to bat through. So it's a similar sort of role now. Taylor is playing with Nation out there, but they need that to get bigger, and they need these 2 to bat at least another 10 to 15 overs.
Yes, Stephanie Taylor, a lot of experience behind her. Definitely, that's nicely played this time. Again by Nation, that's gone into the boundary for 4. So it takes the total on to 59. And Shetty Nation goes on to 42. There you see beautifully played between the cover and extra cover fielder. Long chase given by Nasansala, but at this stage the pass score of DLS pass score should be 86.
Well, 59 for 2. We're in the 18th over. Another boundary donation. She's moved up to 42. At the moment, she's batting really well. Is some sort of attention needed in the center. So 42 to Campbell, to Nation. Campbell was out without scoring, so was Williams for 1. So 15 to Taylor. They shared the strike, but the Nation is the one that is going at close to 100 strike rate. Extras just 1. Sri Lanka have been very disciplined. We saw this in the last game. I think they didn't give away any extras at all. Probodhini 1 for 6. Kavindi 1 for 28. The Sanaik expensive. Rana Singh has been measly, just 4 runs of 2.1 overs, and Adapati just 1 over so far.
There you see the Worms, the Sri Lankan worm far ahead of the West Indies. West Indies doing a catch-up roll. Still needing 217 to win this game in 32.5 overs.
There you go, those are the skies. There's just a bit of a cloud cover behind us, but I'm sure that will clear away quite quickly. Generally on full moon days there is a bit of a rain, doesn't matter which part of the country it is, but we hope that the weather will stay good. It has been right throughout the series, and we'll have a full game here. This is the Mahinda Rajapaksa International Stadium in Surya Weber. A lot of hard work to get these games going. There's a lot of maintenance needed, of course, and the umpires decided to take drinks because there was a slight hold up in play, injury or just some attention needed to Stephanie Taylor.
If there is any kind of rain, Ricky, the DLS pass score is 89 after the end of the 18th over. Sri Lanka very much ahead of it. West Indies 59 for 2.
Yes, sir. This is a 50 over game, so we need 20 overs minimum. So there is 2 more overs to go after this one, and then only the DLS will come into consideration. So what we have to see is at the end of the 20th over, Paulinus, if you could tell us what West Indies should be if there are 2 wickets down.
It's 95 is the target for the 20th over.
So they'll have to be 95 after 20 overs with still 2 wickets down. So every wicket that they lose, that required a run rate creeps up.
Still a long way to go for the West Indies. They had to do a lot of catch-up work. 52 for 2, 59 for 2.
Just went straight through. Nation looking for that well-deserved half century. She really deserves it, no doubt, the way she's played today. I don't think the West Indies really should look at the skies and worry about the weather. They should just bat the way they are. Try to build up a partnership, continue this momentum.
Yeah, exactly, Ricky. They got to play the way they are playing. Because if there is rain, you can't help it. They're building up a good partnership. They have to continue. They cannot lose many wickets at this stage. Skill bit of bowling by Ranasinghe. Bowling her third over. Just given away 5 runs. That's a boundary in the first ball of this over. Again, this time shortish off the back foot and put away by Taylor down to deep mid-on. They get a single. So end of another over, it's 18 gone, 61 for 2.
West Indies. Stephanie Taylor on 16, Shedin Nation on 43. West Indies need a further 215 to win this game. Chamariathapatha, the Sri Lankan captain, bowling a second over.
It's a big smile on her face, Oshadi Ranasinghe. She's been impressive so far in this spell. Beautifully bowled. Chamariathapatha teasing Stephanie Taylor, inviting her to come down the track. But she's shown a lot of patience. There is a deep mid wicket, there is a long on. Oh, beautiful ball. That turned. Bit more effort, a bit more quicker through the air this time, Athapathu. Take a look at that one. Went through the gap between bat and pad. Narrowly missed the stumps. Very tentative. Yeah, that was a good delivery, no doubt about it.
Good bit of bowling by Chamariathapatha at that time. This time it's short. Nation trying to cut away. Finds the fielder.
The sun once again has crept through those clouds. There was a bit of a greyish dark sky. But once again the sun pushing that away. That's why I said we should not really worry about the weather. Well bowled, well bowled. This is a brilliant stuff. Brilliant over. Just 1 run. 19 completed, 62 for 2.
You see some lovely pictures taken from the drone camera. West Indies needing 214 more runs to win this game in 31 overs. Required run rate creeping up to 6.90. They started off at 5.52. They should not bother about that very much. These two batters putting up a good partnership. Stephanie Taylor looks to be out. Yes, took the edge. And that's a wicket to Ranasinghe. Stephanie Taylor, a big wicket there.
She was bowling really well. Oshadi Ranasinghe. She had a stranglehold on the batters. As Stephanie Taylor departs, there is a bit of drizzle as well. Well, I just mentioned the clouds have gone away, the sun has come out, and with the sun comes the rain. Looking to cut, looking to back cut. She got an edge. And umpire Hagenberg said, yes, you are gone. Sanjeevani takes a good catch. Ranasinghe picks up Taylor for 16. 19.1 overs. It's 62 for 3 as the covers come on to play. Remember, we need 20 overs for a result if there's any rain interruptions at all. But I'm sure this will clear up as soon as possible. Like it came quickly, I'm sure it will go as well. 19.1 overs at the moment. So 5 more deliveries left to get to the 20th over mark. Chamari Atapatha certainly will be disappointed. And probably if Stefan Taylor didn't get out, probably could have completed the over. You never know. You never know, because West Indies were well behind even at that moment. But they are further in a spot of bother now, as just a bit of a drizzle passes over Surya Weber.
Yeah, the groundsmen started to cover the ground. They're very quick on their feet. Rain has ceased at the moment. A drizzle. But the umpire is still in the center. They see the West Indian batting card. Williams is out for 1. Shade Nation not out 43. We're going to resume play with the bowling card of the Sri Lankan bowling innings. Prabodhani 6 overs, 6 runs for 1 wicket. Having the 1 for 28 of 6 overs. And Ranasinghe just got a wicket, 1 for 6 of 3.1 overs. So they are the wicket takers for Sri Lanka. West Indies 3 for 62 at the moment.
So fast as the covers came, fast it has disappeared as well. It was that, what do you call it, the teasing bit of rain along with a bit of sun. Came the rain as well, just to show us we are above you. And it's good to see the covers gone. Sri Lankan players once again out there. The 2 West Indies batters will walk out. Nation, whom will she be joined by? That was a huge wicket. They needed Stefani Taylor to play a big innings, but unfortunately she has fallen. And now West Indies are certainly in a spot of bother at the moment at 62 for 3.
Sider James, the new batter, coming in at number 5. West Indies really need a good partnership, which looked like developing at that stage, but Stefani Taylor was dismissed by Oshida Ranasinghe. Good catch taken there by Sanjeevani. Shade Nation not out at 43. She's on the non-strikers end. West Indies needing a further 214 to win this game in 30 overs.
So Zaida James, nothing much to talk about, a high score of 13. Just the 12 games, 48 runs, hasn't done much with the bat for West Indies still. Hasn't been able to make that impression. Can she do it in this game? So 4 deliveries to go to get it to the 20th over. Sri Lanka well ahead on that Duckworth Lewis. West Indies have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, definitely 3 more deliveries needed to make it a game. At least we need to play 20 overs. That's outside the off stump for the turned away from the batter.
So she's certainly getting some purchase. She's enjoying the surface. Oshadi Ranasinghe getting a bit of turn, trouble in the batters.
Sider James still to open an account. Watching very carefully. Dot deliveries from Oshadi Ranasinghe. 1 for 6. This is her 4th over. So at the end of that over, 20 gone. It's 62 for 3, West Indies.
Take a look at the 3 wickets to fall. Williams was first to go, caught behind of Prabodhini. Then the LBW of the skipper Campbell, and then Stefani Taylor caught behind as well of Ranasinghe. After a good partnership with Nation, unfortunately she departed soon as there was a bit of a drizzle. The drizzle is gone now, so Nation will have to continue the hard work she has done. 43 of 44. Few people, few spectators gathered here today. And first ball of a new over, just a single.
A little bit of a drizzle, not to interrupt proceedings. Little fumble, allowing a single to Nation. She's the one to do the job for West Indies right now. To constitute a game, you need 20 overs to be completed. Now Sri Lanka way ahead. I thought Oshadi Ranasinghe bowled beautifully. Little bit of a partnership. 50 plus in fact. Going down the leg side, Atapattu. Another extra being conceded. 2 runs more required. 29.5 overs as I welcome Viren Berwalage once again in Combox.
Good afternoon, Dhammika. Yes, it's been brilliant stuff by the Sri Lankan spinners, applying some pressure on the West Indies middle order. There's a huge scalp of Stefani Taylor, the backbone of this West Indies batting lineup. But Shadeen Nation, important for her to leave a mark. Not just the context of this series, but also looking ahead to West Indies limited overs series in Bangladesh, a crucial series in the Women's Championship for them. With similar conditions, and if she can showcase her prowess batting in the subcontinent, that'll be good. And that she's 5 runs away from notching up West Indies' first half-century in this series.
This Nation, from the moment she came in, shown the intent. On the lookout for runs. Take a look at it. 45 runs of just 48 deliveries. Very straight. James. This is James' 13th ODI in experience. Opportunity at the same time. Gone aerial. Brings the fielder. Couple of bounces. Gets off the mark with a couple. James looking good. Left-hander. This left-right combination will have to work things for West Indies once again. There was a very good partnership in progress. Now Sri Lanka once again made the breakthrough, controlling the proceedings in the middle.
Yes, ominous signs for cricket fans tuning in. There's some significant cloud cover for the first time in this series over Surya Veva. And just to reiterate, Sri Lanka well and truly ahead of proceedings and ahead of the equation in the Duckworth-Lewis calculations. With 3 wickets down, West Indies have to be at 92 by the end of this over. but that was prior to the third dismissal, so it will have to be revised. I'm looking at the realms of the 110s, 115s. So West Indies well and truly behind the 8 ball. But for all our viewers tuning in, we hope you get a full game. We've been blessed with good weather throughout the 3 one-days thus far. And West Indies wouldn't want these top starts as well, Damika.
Yes, there was a momentum on their side for a while that partnership between Taylor and Nation was in progress. Sri Lanka were under a little bit of pressure, especially. That was a good delivery. Sliding away from the bat, looking for turn this time by Nation. That will just file short of well compiled 50. Take a look at it. Swirling away. Misses the outside edge. Again, right on the money. Another maiden over in prospect. Look at her figures. Almost completed a 5th. 1 for 6. Ranasinghe, remember, coming in for Dilhari. This time, fielder in the deep. Cut that one off, just a single. 22 done, 68 for 3 West Indies.
A tall order for the West Indies middle order. They need to go at over 7 runs per over with that half their overs remaining. So it's never an easy prospect, especially when you've got a new batter in as well. And with Sri Lanka's spin quartet applying a lot of pressure, it's going to be very difficult for them to get a grip of this game. But Sri Nations looked well poised. She's timed the ball crisply throughout her innings. She's shown patches of brilliance throughout this series. So it's great to see her finding her groove. Just as I say that, half-handed appeal was clearly sliding down the leg side.
Nation's timing on this very iffy track, impeccable in comparison to all the West Indies batters. There you go, the surprise scalp. Other bottle strikes. Straight in line with the stump, little bit of turn, and Jim Nation playing for turn isn't much. Straight in line with the stumps. Stumps are rattled and Nation walks back, missing out on a half century.
Yes, the commentators curse strikes. Sri Nation looked well set, but was completely beaten on that occasion. Bhattapattu was playing for turn, but had been straight on and rattled the off stump. Sri Nation walks away 4 runs shy of what would have been a well-deserved half century, and it's 69 for 4.
Credit should be given to Sri Lankan spinners. They've been very steady. Alia Lane, known for bowling, coming in at number 6. West Indies were competitive while that partnership is in progress, but unfortunately, seasoned campaigner Stephanie Taylor, after her dismissal, now Sri Lanka looking for more inroads, finding one Athapattu this time. Excellent figures on top of 90 plus runs today. Obviously, very confident. 3.31 for 10, excellent. There you go, Alia Lane, 31 matches, best of 35. Strike rate looks alright, but today needing something very special.
Treacherous task ahead for Alia Lane and Zaida James. Athapattu showcasing her all-round prowess today. Was phenomenal with the bat. Just a few shy of what would have been her 10th ODI century and getting the informed Shadi Nation cusp of another wicket maiden in this innings. Taps on the leg side and gets off the mark. At the end of the 23rd, it's 70 for 4. And West Indies are going in a touch over 3 runs per over. And it's the dark clouds, these ominous clouds continue to hover over Surya Weather. And seems very ominous for the West Indies as well. Scalps in quick successions. There was a good third wicket partnership blossoming between Stefani Taylor and Shadi Nation. But as we've seen throughout this series, there have been back-to-back scalps. Ali Alain looking to break the shackles. Gets a single, and yes, we spoke of the weather. Some pathetic fallacy and a sense of foreboding over what's in store for the West Indies women.
We haven't seen too many partnerships by the West Indies right throughout the series. Yes, there are a few partnerships in the first game. Shot outside the off stump, couldn't penetrate the gap. While that partnership was progressing, West Indies spectators, West Indies supporters in fact, must have hoped for them to go beyond 100. Because while that partnership is progressing, Sri Lanka was under a little bit of pressure, looking for avenues to coming back into the game. But today they had enough runs in the board. Gone aerial, there are no fielders. Couple of runs for young James, who moves to 4. And I thought Sri Lanka knew they had enough runs on the board. As a result, did few experimenting. They brought in new bowlers, but always good to see those who have come into this game straight away delivering. Also the classic example. Experienced campaign, of course.
Yes, well said, Damika. But it's been the same test for both teams. West Indies have had to also test their bench strength. They lost their skipper Hayley Matthews prior to the beginning of the second ODI, so they've missed her services last 2 games, and we wish to see her back full force during the T20s. It's going to be an exciting T20I series commencing on Monday. The West Indies are prolific in the format, former world champions. At the end of the 24th, it's 73 for 4.
Dismal looking scorecard for West Indies Nation. The only hope, 46. Back in the hut. It's been a struggle for West Indies right throughout the series. From here onwards, it'll be even more struggle in store for them. 26 overs remaining. No real hope of chasing it down unless someone coming up with an exceptional performance, which is very unlikely to reign at the moment.
We've seen stranger things happen, Damika. Never say never, as we all say in the cricketing space. Ryder James and Alia Alain are destructive batters, so Sri Lanka should not drop their guard. So it's about being convincing in all 3 departments of the game, be it with the bat, ball or out in the field. And yes, it's a cusp of history for Sri Lanka. As I said, it's been a long 22 years since they last whitewashed a team in a 3-match series or more. They whitewashed the West Indies at home 6 games to love. Back in 2002-2003, there was a unique format of 6 ODIs being played in one series. So yes, history beckons for the Sri Lankan side, and it's, as you can see on your screens now, the clouds are giving way as it coming down quite ferociously out here in Suryavava. Very atypical of arguably one of the driest regions in the country.
Young Nisansala, meanwhile, starting off her first over. Goes in the air, luckily. There was no close-in fielders. Nisansala getting a game. Sri Lanka giving opportunities. That has been the pattern we've seen throughout last 3 series. Ramesh Ratnayaka specifically mentioned that they've taken 17 players on each tour and given opportunities for each and every one off the back foot. Only be a single at this stage. Things getting very, very tough for the West Indians.
It's about to get even tougher as it begins to pelt down here in Suryavava, and you've got arguably the greatest ground staff in the world showcasing their prowess in full display. Sri Lankan ground staff deserve a lot of credit. West Indies are currently 68 runs behind the DLS pass score at this juncture. Chamariyatapattu looking quite pleased with how a team has fared thus far. And if we can zone in on this ground staff, they're the heroes behind the scenes. They're the unsung heroes of Sri Lankan cricket. Globally reputed for being amongst the quickest in terms of taking action whenever there have been disruptions to proceedings. It's a cohesive, united effort. As you can see, synchronized motions. Each member of the ground staff seems to know their role. And yes, just as we speak, the weather begins to ease up. It's been that sort of afternoon, Dhammika.
Look at them. It took just about a minute for them to cover the entire square. You rightly said they deserved huge credit. The ground looks to be in immaculate shape, very well maintained, and very good cricket wicket being prepared by the curator. Always needed if you are to play international cricket. There you go, West Indies needing 200 more runs. Very tough task. This is the match summary. West Indies won the toss, invited Sri Lanka to bat first. Sri Lanka, outstanding start. Atapattu 91, De Silva 63, Sanjeevani fantastic 55, and Gunaratne batted well for 44. Ramarak 2 for 46. Fletcher 1 for 36, bowled beautifully. Quana Joseph and Connell chipping in, and disappointing stuff so far for West Indies. Lost 4 wickets. The 76 runs on the board, needing 144 to get over the DL pass score.
Yes, and Pramodani was the pick of the bowlers with 1 for 6. And during this disruption in proceedings, we'll go in for a commercial break and be back shortly.